Good morning. You're welcome to News Morning here on TV3. I am Enyunam Haliga, coming up in a few minutes. Court of Appeal orders Bank of Ghana to restore operating license of GN Savings and Loans. Majority in Parliament touts good governance and growing economy as minority laments alleged crackdown on opposition commentators as Parliament resumes. Much later, Afoko promises to steer the New Patriotic Party out of opposition as he formally announces his contest in national chairman position of the party. We'll start off with some legal stories as the Court of Appeal has by a unanimous decision restored the license of GN Savings and Loans Company Limited. That was after a three-member panel of the second highest court quashed the decision of the High Court, which upheld the revocation of the license on the grounds that the decision to revoke the license was unfair and unreasonable. By the judgment, both the decision to revoke the license and the High Court's decision to uphold same has been quashed. The court ordered the receiver should also hand over possessions, management and control of the asset and other activities to shareholders of the company. On January 4, 2019, GN Bank Limited was reclassified as a savings and loan company and consequently renamed GN Savings and Loan Company Limited. 7 months later, on August 16, 2019, the Bank of Ghana, under the leadership of Dr. Ernest Addison, revoked the operating license of GN Savings and Loan Company Limited and appointed Eric Nana Nipa as the receiver as part of the bank's banking sector's cleanup exercise. The same month, Group Indum, owners of GN Savings and Loan Company Limited, led by Dr. Pakwesi Indum, challenged the revocation of the license in the High Court in Accra. Away from that, residents of Adaklu Helekbe in the Adaklu district of the Water region have been left devastated following a mudslide incident that occurred Wednesday night. The incident has caused a significant destruction of a basic school and other several structures at the foot of the Adaklu mountain. 2 persons trapped in the debris were also said to have sustained various degrees of injuries. A correspondent, Faisal Abdul Idrisu, visited the area and has filed this report.
The Adaklu mountain is one of the most visited tourism sites here in the Volta region. But last night, it served residents here some bitter pills. Rocks up the mountain, heavy ones of course, rolled down with mud and destroyed a school down here. And as you can see from the shot, that's the pathway it created all the way from the top, rocks rolling through that pathway to the school where it caused an extreme devastation. The incident followed a heavy downpour that lasted between 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Jacob Redicop, who owns and manages the Kingdom School of Leadership, recounts the happenings and the extent of damage caused to the school and some other properties.
In the evening, the rain increased around 6 o'clock. I was out just monitoring, see where the water was flowing. I was right there at the top part there by the house. I walked in, I was in for maybe 20 minutes and then we heard some noise. I walked out and all the mud was just coming down.
Right from the mountain? From
the mountain, yes, between the two houses. And actually, rocks and trees have come into the small house on the one side where the lady and the boy were trapped. The house is gone, and then 3 vehicles. Had something like that some years back, and on this side as well. Here we sometimes have water coming down, quite a lot of water.
Water from the mountain?
Yeah, but we kind of have like a gutter, the way the water will flow, so we try to protect so that it would work well, but this one, it's more than gutter.
Some residents say they are living in fear.
This is not the first time, but this very one is so devastating. And so we want government to conduct the necessary checks and tell us whether it is still safe for us to stay here. If it is not safe, they should find a way to evacuate us.
This is one of the vehicles mangled in the disaster last night. It's a Toyota Highlander. Now on the right is this residential apartment where I'm told the woman and the son were trapped. It is also almost completely destroyed. But on the other side, I can count 3 more vehicles, including the school bus, that have also been extensively damaged. Fire officers and NADMO officials have since declared the place a danger zone and urged residents to stay away.
So for now, with the DC and then NADMO, we declare the place to be a danger zone. It's a disaster zone, nobody's supposed to go there, apart from the owner of the premises who can access some few things, and after that, he himself will not get access to the place. For now, there is no electricity there. ECD has disconnected them.
The DC for the area, Jerry Ameko, said they will need a further assessment to be assured of the safety of communities around the mountain.
So it is something that we've seen is become a trend, and that is why I advise that the geological department comes in, we look at what they have done in the past, they come to assess the current situation, and they advise us on the way forward, because this is where our people are. This is where they've lived for all these years. If it is still safe for being here, fine. If it is not safe, we get the technical advice and then we take it from there.
The incident here last night may just be a prelude to a much bigger disaster in waiting, given the fact that several other communities are still situated right at the foot of the Adaklu mountain. But the question is, where do we go from here? Do we take this as one of those normal disasters, or we'll give it the attention it deserves and then prepare ourselves for any further eventuality? Faisal Abdul-Idrisu, TV3 News, Adaklu.
Now, Parliament has resumed with sharply different assessment from both sides of the House. The minority raised concerns over Dumso, economic and governance accountability, while the majority pointed to recovery with some 48 bills, 26 instrument and possible constitutional amendment expected. My colleague Noble Crosby-Annan has more in this report.
The minority, in its welcome statement, wasted no time in launching a scathing attack on government, accusing it of presiding over hardship and unanswered accountability questions. The minority first held government over Dumso, the Bank of Ghana losses, IMF supervision, and arrest over political speech, arguing that these reflect hardship, they reflect weak economic management and threats to free expression.
What we witnessed during recess was a government that drove our central bank deeper into historic losses, brought back the darkness of Dumso, and sent armed officers to arrest citizens for saying, handed $1 billion national assets to the president's own brother through a process it cannot defend.
They also demanded answers on attacks on Ghanaians abroad, calling for stronger diplomatic action and a full parliamentary probe.
This is not the first time Ghanaians have been attacked abroad. It will not be the last unless we build systems that can see danger coming. The ministry must establish and present to this House a formal early warning and early response framework for the protection of Ghanaians outside our borders.
Meanwhile, Majority Leader Mahama Yaruga pushed back against the minority's gloomy assessment, insisting that government has restored economic confidence.
The last 1.5 years of economic management establishes the point that our economy does not lack. Our economy has only suffered from decades of inefficiency, waste, graft, and corruption. I can say with confidence, Mr. Speaker, that in the aftermath of our exit from the IMF program, the takeoff of the 24-hour economy will be accelerated to create the jobs we promised the youth of this country.
Mahama Yaruga also cited Ghana's World Press Freedom Index ranking to counter the minority's claim that free expression is under attack. He further defended the judiciary, cautioning against attacks on the courts.
The recently released 2026 World Press Freedom Index tells a story of remarkable institutional redemption. Ghana has made a monumental leap. I stand before you to celebrate a profound democratic resurrection. The judiciary has come under attack by no less a person than the new Patriotic Party Minority Leader, Honorable Alexander Foyomakin. Let me repeat a caution given by this very Minority Leader in this chamber, that when you are not satisfied with a decision of a lower court, you appeal and seek redress in a higher court. In this day and age, we must strive to be consistent because records are kept of whatever you have ever said. I want to assure the judiciary that we on this side of the House have their backs covered.
Well, both sides urged MPs to be punctual, to be present, and to be committed to the work ahead. Noble Crosby Annan, Parliament House, Accra.
To some political stories now, as the former national chairman of the opposition New Patriotic Party, Paul Afoko, has officially announced his intention to contest again for the party's top executive position, promising to reunite and rebuild the NPP following its disappointing performance in the 2024 general elections. Addressing regional executive members of the Council of Elders and Council of Patrons in the Greater Accra region, Paul Afoko said the NPP has lost significant political ground and required experienced leadership to restore the party's fortunes ahead of the next elections.
Paul Afoko says the current state of the New Patriotic Party should concern every loyal member following the party's poor showing in the 2024 general elections. He officially announced his intention to contest again for the position of national chairman when nominations are opened.
At the moment, I am going around the country, not campaigning as such, but reconnecting with the party leadership at regional level. The state of the party today is not the best. We have lost a lot of ground. All through the years that I have been silent, that was a deliberate decision I had made. Of course, there was pain at the time. I could just stay off and go join the Council of Elders and just stay there. But I thought, no, we need to actually deliberately implement some of the things that I had started and hadn't finished, and some that I had done and finished, and we could replicate that again.
Paul Afoko said the NPP had suffered serious setbacks both in the parliamentary and presidential elections, stressing that the decline from 169 parliamentary seats in 2016 to 87 seats currently was painful. He, however, maintained that the blame for the party's defeat should not be placed on one individual alone.
We all have to share that blame, because on the presidential front, yes, the votes went down. But that was because Ghanaians were no longer listening to us. Even internally, our people, we lost a lot of our people. We are MPP. And if we don't unite, we will see power. Because from the divisions that happened, we started to whittle our votes till we got to where we are today.
The former chairman outlined what he described as a 3 R's agenda: reunite, rebuild and recapture, as his strategy to reposition the party for victory in future elections. He further appealed to party executives to support his bid, insisting he has the experience and capacity to help the NPP return to power.
I have come to ask that you support me. I would just plead that, looking at my record, that I believe in results. I believe I have the capacity to support our party in opposition, just as I did last time, to raise funds, to push our agenda. And this time I hope I'll see, not only see the promised land, I will enter it with you.
Paul Afoko previously served as national chairman of the NPP before his suspension in 2015 amid internal party disagreements.
Away from politics now, a passenger train traveling from Tema to Accra collided with a cattle on the Havana stretch of the railway. The collision derailed the train, leaving passengers stranded. Joseph Armstrong visited the scene and has filed this report.
The accident occurred at about 7 a.m. on Thursday, May 21, shortly after the train departed Aveno station en route to Odo station. Passengers on board were compelled to alight immediately after the accident, as rail services on the corridor were suspended. Engineers were later deployed to the scene to begin repair works on the affected section of the rail line and restore normal operations.
We have to assess the degree of component that had spoiled and also the maintenance works involved in it. If there are certain things that we're supposed to go and buy, then we buy to replace the spoiled one.
Has the owner been arrested already?
Apparently, we've not found the owner yet because the car was tied on the track, and when such a thing happened, they all despair.
Technical officers also commenced assessment to determine the extent of damage caused to the track and the train. Some eyewitnesses told the news team that the train operator had attempted to control the situation moments before the impact. According to them, the operator managed to slow down and stop the train after the collision, preventing what could have been a more serious disaster.
It's a big cow.
It's a big cow.
I think the day before yesterday, somebody came and bought it. 450 million old cedis.
450 million?
Old cedi. Somebody come and...
45,000.
45,000. Somebody come and bought it like that. The person say 600,000. So it's a big cow.
Somebody offered to buy this cow for 45,000.
45,000.
And the owner refused.
The owner refused.
Sometimes it is a train they count, train they give on. Now somebody too they cross the road. It's not fine.
Others took advantage to rush for the meat.
I'm waiting for the meat. The head is there for under. Yeah, because of the head we are there here.
The accident brings to the fore the disregard for safety and the non-enforcement of laws in the country. Several sections of railway lines have been invaded by encroachers, with authorities doing nothing to address the situation. This incident should serve as a wake-up call for drastic action to avert a future disaster that could lead to loss of lives.
People are having their knives ready to get a share of the cow that has been trapped under the trail line. Hopefully we'll see the owner of the cow, and then the necessary sanctions that needs to be given to him will be given to him to deter people in future from allowing their cows to cross the rail line without control. Joseph Armstrong, Go Adaklu, TV3.
To the Ashanti region now, where the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly is exploring a major waste-to-energy project as authorities race to address mounting pressure on the city's only final disposal site. The initiative, spearheaded by the Asantehene in collaboration with Canadian experts, seek to transform waste into electricity while reducing the growing environmental and health risks at the OT landside field.
For years, the OT landfill site has served as Kumasi's main final disposal point for waste. But with increasing population growth and rising volumes of refuse, authorities say the site is gradually reaching full capacity. On Tuesday, officials of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, together with a delegation of Canadian waste management experts, toured the facility to assess possible long-term solutions.
The situation on the ground, as we see, is that the site is getting quite full. In fact, we've communicated this, and I think all the authorities are aware of the situation. And we have requested that a new cell is built. In the interim, until the approval is given, and what we're doing by trying to reinforce the embankment, by trying to reinforce the structure itself so that we can do further tipping.
The visit follows engagement by the Asantehene Otumfuo Osei II to attract international support transform Kumasi's waste management system. The proposed project focuses on converting waste into energy, a system expected to reduce pressure on the landfill while generating electricity from accumulated waste.
It would be an important step forward to make sure that at least we've been transformative enough to turn disaster to opportunities.
The Canadian delegation says the project forms part of efforts to support sustainable waste management solutions in Ghana.
Yeah, this site, waste to energy, makes a lot of sense. I think there's two components. There's the waste that comes in every day, but there's also these piles of waste you see here today. I think we can use both to make energy. And I think one thing that's inevitable is the energy's not, or the garbage isn't stopping. You know, as the population of Kumasi grows, 3 million, and keeps growing, there's going to be more and more garbage. You know, so we're going to try and deal with that and turn it into something productive, right? So this specific site would be tagged for waste energy.
Now, authorities remain hopeful that the proposed waste-to-energy project will not only solve Kumasi's growing sanitation challenge, but also transform thousands of tons of waste into a valuable economic resource. Ibrahim Abubakar, TV3 News, Kumasi.
And that's how we end News Morning here on TV3. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam Haliga. New Day continues.
The Everton player, when he scored that decisive goal against Man City, that ensured that Arsenal won the league. Arsenal fans, he did it again. It's like all over the place, all over the place. Amazing song by Dope Nation, starting the morning with us. And there's been a whole conversation, a whole push about the possibility of they performing at the World Cup. Well, I've heard some of you say that that's not possible, and that what can alternatively happen is that, during the World Cup tournament, there is a fan zone for those who do not necessarily go into the stadium. Outside, they can pitch camp outside there and perform this song to them. But it just tells you the power of music, and the Twins are amazing. I mean, they keep giving us hits after hits, and what a better way to start our Friday morning but by that very amazing music by Dope Nation. Good morning and welcome to another edition of New Day here on TV3. I'm Joseph Akable. Thank you so much for staying with us all through the week. It's been a very interesting news week. The conversation has generally centered around many issues of national concern. We know that Abronye was in there. Yes, Kwame Bafo, Abronye DC, like it's popularly called. He was taken to court. He was remanded. The New Patriotic Party demanded his release. They went over to the circuit court. State prosecutors opposed the bail application. He was remanded. Then eventually they went back to the High Court where they filed an application. Day one, the Attorney General told the court that, well, they needed a day to respond to the application that had been made if they consider it necessary to do so. I mean, as they are allowed to. They went back to the court the following day and told the court that, well, the state is not opposed to the bail application that has been filed. And so he was granted bail and allowed to go. So that was a very important conversation. But in all of that, it's developed into something else. The New Patriotic Party has been accusing government of attempting to stifle dissent, stifle free speech, not allowing people to express themselves in a manner that Dope Nation will be expressing themselves if they were doing music and not politics. Yeah, music. Yeah, politics, not music. Yes, the other way around. But all of that generated that important conversation that came up strongly. We understand that the New Patriotic Party will later today be addressing a news conference through its General Secretary after the party has presented a petition to the Chief Justice demanding that action be taken against the Circuit Court judge at Circuit Court 9 who actually remanded Kwame Bafo alias Abronye. So that is a conversation that is still continuing. We'll go over into the weekend as well. We'll see how all of that plays out. Also, in terms of away from the politics in the sports arena too, we know that there have been reports of the national football teams announcing their squad. I saw that of Portugal yesterday. I mean, I also have seen that of other countries as well. There is that of France that has been out. We've also seen that of Senegal. Senegal announced their squad with quite an interesting video. Yes, we don't have the squad of the Black Stars yet. It's not yet out, but that will come out also at some point in time. It's another story that we are looking up forward to as well. And much later when the sports team join us, we can have a whole conversation about that. Then yesterday, that railway accident. I don't know if you can pull back that story. I thought that story was very interesting. We brought it to you in the morning on the news segment. That story about how the cow basically crossed the rail, causing the rail to the train to derail on the rail. Yes, it derailed on the rail. And after that, you saw people going over and cutting bits and pieces of it. I mean, it's a very worrying story. And I find the story to be interesting because of what happened yesterday at the Public Accounts Committee, where a member of the committee expressed concern about how we are allowing cattle rearing by the highway. For those of you who know Aveno quite well, Aveno is not too far from Kokomemle, is where you have the Odo crossing over there. When you cross that bridge where the Odo crosses, when you cross that bridge and get into where you have the rail line at, it's a very regular, very usual sight. Livestock is basically being reared all across the rail line, And so for those of us who are familiar with that place, when we saw this particular story, it did not come as a surprise at all. I mean, because that is what is going to happen. And I was saying that we're not surprised and concerned and equally concerned. We're not surprised and we're equally concerned because of what we are also seeing happening on the Kanda stretch. In fact, just some few meters away from the National Mosque, you have livestock being reared. It's not just the cattle. There's actually goats also over there. Even this dawn when I was even coming, they were still there. And we've heard people who have justified that by saying that, well, it's not something that is permanent. It's because of the upcoming festivities. But it's a conversation that we need to have. I mean, is this, that obviously will be public land. Is this a public land such that we want to grant access for its use in such a manner? Rearing livestock right by a major highway. And it's no surprise that we allowed it by the railway line. And yesterday we heard from the member of the Public Accounts Committee make that call to the Greater Accra Regional Minister and the municipal authorities that, look, they have to take action against what is happening there. So it's another story that is also coming up strongly in terms of some of the issues that we'll be looking at. But all these are important matters that have engaged our attention this week. And when we begin this morning's segment, we'll allow you to call into the show to share your views with us on what you make of all these all-important stories that have been trending. Much later on, when we settle into the big issue, we'll discuss two main topical issues. We know that the New Patriotic Party, they have been speaking on an important subject matter. The flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, says the party is ready to govern the country once again. I mean, this is barely 2 years after the Ghanaian people went to the polls and decided that enough of the reign of the New Patriotic Party after 8 years. They felt that John Dramani Mahama should be allowed to come back into the saddle and steer the affairs of the country. And barely 2 years on, the MPP flag bearer, who led the party into that defeat, who will be leading the party into the next election, is saying that the party is ready to govern the country. The question on the minds of some are, what has changed so far? I mean, has the MPP learned its lessons? Does the MPP believe that, well, the decision by the Ghanaian people to vote it out of power was justified such that they should be given another opportunity? And when they are given the opportunity, are they ready and willing to do much better than they did previously? So it's a subject matter that will engage our attention this week. The regular Friday team will be joining us for the all-important discussion. Then, the second issue is a big news that came up yesterday. The Court of Appeal, sitting here in Accra, has delivered that decision that effectively enables GN Savings and Loan to have their license restored. We know that it used to be GN Bank. It was downgraded to GN Savings and Loan when concerns were raised about their inability to meet the minimum capital requirements. The team over there took the matter over to the High Court. In fact, it danced through the courts. It even went, an aspect of it went all over to the Supreme Court. Then the Supreme Court gave it the opportunity to come back to the High Court as well. And so it was very, very important that the matter was still pending in the courts with the opportunity for the matter to be litigated at the Court of Appeal. Now the Court of Appeal has rendered its decision. We do not know whether the Bank of Ghana will be seeking to take the matter back to the Supreme Court for some determination. But for now, it's a decision in favor of Dr. Pakwesi Ndum, the founder of GN Savings and Loan. You see him there in your shot with his legal team and signaling that the lawyers can go ahead and speak. And so those are the two main stories that will engage our attention when we come back for the big issue much later. We'll be having a mini jackpot this morning on Cash Out, a mini jackpot this morning. We'll be giving 2,000 cedis to 3 individuals, and it's very simple. Over the weekend, I met someone who last weekend was telling me that he was just listening to us talking about it, and I was saying it was very simple, so he just did it. Well, just pick your phone now. Dial star 439#, select option 8, which is the MG jackpot, and you get a chance to participate in it. Just you'll be asked the number of tickets you want to purchase, and the advice always is to improve your odds by at least doing 40 tickets, at least 40 of them, because the guys in the back room, all they do is that they click a button, and when they click a button, they have the chance to stop a number at random, and that number could be yours, but it's a pool. So when your number is in there multiple times, you have the chance to win. So it's a mini jackpot, 2,000 cedis for 3 individuals. Dial star 439#, select option 8, and you get a chance to win. Let's get into this morning's segment now. And this morning we are discussing education. And in parts of the Adan West District, access to quality education remains a major challenge. A daily struggle as hundreds of pupils continue to study under trees due to poor school infrastructure. At the Kwechiche Kope DA Basic School, the situation worsened after a heavy rainstorm on Sunday, May 17, when the rainstorm destroyed the only classroom block serving the entire school. Armstrong Gold Alogbe visited the community and filed this report. Under the scorching sun and at the mercy of changing weather conditions,
Pupils of Petiche DA Basic School continue to pursue education in the open. From kindergarten to junior high school, teaching and learning take place under trees due to the absence of adequate classroom infrastructure. For years, both teachers and pupils have had to adapt to these hard conditions despite the obvious discomfort and distractions. A visit to the school revealed kindergarten pupils seated on dusty ground, struggling to pay attention during lessons. For pupils exhausted by the heat and uncomfortable environment, are often seen sleeping during class hours. Just a few meters away, other classes are being conducted simultaneously without any form of partition or sound barrier, making concentration difficult for both teachers and learners. But the situation took a dramatic turn on May 17 when a heavy rainstorm ripped through the community and brought down the school's only classroom block. The collapse has left pupils and teachers with no option but to rely entirely on outdoor learning spaces. Residents fear the situation could force many children out of school if urgent intervention is not provided.
We are sitting under the tree and the sun is scorching us. We don't even feel comfortable when we are learning.
The chief of Petiche says the poor state of the school is negatively affecting education and the future of children in the community.
The students have been moving aimlessly in the community. And you know, education is our future. The future of the community lies in the young ones. So without education here, we don't think that we can produce any proper people to handle the affairs of this country. Because there is no place for them to sit. They leave the school, go and then join their boyfriends and girlfriends. At the end of the day, we have a lot of people dropping out of school as a result of this pregnancy.
The Adan West District Director of Education, Dr. Stephen Arthur, describes the situation as worrying and says Petiche is just one of several schools in the district battling several infrastructure challenges.
Reports have already been submitted to the district chief executive. If you go to Afoko, JHS, they are sitting under trees and have reported it to the assembly. And the Petu Hall 2, the structure is manned and is not in good shape. All these things have been captured in my report. And you know, the demands of the district is so enormous, and so the district is working on it step by step based on resource availability.
According to the Education Directorate, some parents are reluctant to enroll their children in schools without proper classrooms. The director further revealed that teenage pregnancy remains a growing concern within the district's educational system. He disclosed that 10 female candidates who sat for the just-ended BECE were pregnant compared to 18 cases recorded last year.
This year, the BECE recorded about 10 pregnancy cases. It was a drop because last year we had 18 and this year it reduced to 10. And so we are making progress and we've introduced a number of interventions to address those issues.
The member of parliament for the area says steps are being taken to address the educational crisis confronting communities within the district.
Since we can't close down the school, we have to look around and see those structures available that can house our pupils for now. But give or take, this one should not take us more than 2 weeks to fix.
Oh, really?
Not more than 2 weeks to fix.
Within 2 weeks, we'll fix this structure.
Sure. Within 2 weeks, we'll fix this.
For the children of Petiche, however, every school day remains a struggle between the desire to learn and the harsh reality of neglect.
For these pupils, education has moved from the classroom to under the scorching sun and also the threatening weather. Anytime the dark clouds form, they are forced to end their lesson. As we see now, it means that the day has come to a standstill whilst others in other parts of the country continue with their study. Hopefully, the district education directorates will come to their aid. Joseph Armstrong, Gold Alibaba, TV3, Petiche, Adan East.
Interesting story there put together by Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe, and he joins us on the telephone line this morning for a bit of a conversation. Good morning, Armstrong. Thank you so much for joining us. A fantastic story you put together there. I mean, first question is, I mean, we know that for many other places, students tend to have options of which school to attend. What is the general education situation in the area? Do students have options beyond this particular school?
Yeah, so if you listen carefully to what the Director for Education within the district said, there are a lot of issues, enormous issues affecting education, particularly within the district, the Adan East and Adan West district. Where I went particularly was the Adan West district, a typical rural settlement area where even beyond the infrastructure challenges, people having to travel a very long distance from one place to the other, and that is one of the challenges. When I go there, you see that a lot of the teenagers fishing whilst the others sat under the tree to study. And look, there's nothing like computer, there's nothing like a laboratory lab or anything within that settlement. The teachers for come to school even itself was a challenge. Let's say that school, for instance, from KG to JHS 3, they have less than 5 teachers who have to teach in that school. And the director told me that they need about 300 teachers within that district, but currently they are doing a little over 500. So you see the differences. And they are saying that they are doing their best to ensure that they solve the situation within that district. But as it stands right now, it's like there's no hope, as there's not enough money to solve their problems.
And Joseph, when we look at the visuals that you brought us, I see the students gathered under trees. I'm assuming that they are in different classes, correct?
Yes, from KG to JHS 3.
Okay, so how exactly are lessons conducted in that situation? Because the way they are under the tree basically means that if one class, maybe KG, they are doing science, the other class will potentially be doing mathematics. I mean, how are they able to ensure that the students are paying attention in their respective class and respective subject matter, and there's no interference, because they are basically all lumped together, as we can see from the visuals?
So if you watch the visuals closely, you see while teaching was ongoing, some of the pupils were sleeping. They slept to the sense that no noise could wake them up. That should tell you the level of distraction and the level of confusion that goes through the minds of these pupils. All the classes have their lessons at the same time, and each person is doing their own thing, no concentration, and you see them just walking around just like that. There's no coordination, nothing. The teachers themselves are as confused as the pupils that sat in that school, and it also reflects on their performance level in the last BEC results as one of the poorest districts within the Greater Accra region. And also beyond that, that district has also been described as the poorest in terms of economically and financially, and they are not just doing well. And for the DC and the MP for that area, they said to me that's what they inherited from the previous administration. So they are doing their best to see how they can bring some life into these districts as it stands right now.
And finally, Joseph, in terms of the interaction with the authorities over there, do we get a sense of something that is to be done in the immediate immediate time to deal with this problem, or at least alleviate the situation a bit for the students?
According to the DC, within 2 weeks, he will be able to fix the broken school block, which I know is almost impossible. Well, maybe his leg is standing on some stone, so hopefully he will get to fix that soon. But the true issue is that beyond that school, we have other schools, I'm told, at Afoko, also not too far from that area, and other rural communities along the area. They all study under trees, and the director, Dr. Stephen Arthur, told me point blank that he has captured all these in his report over the years, but not much has been done to solve the situation in that area. So it appears when it comes to education in rural communities, not just in Adan East and Adan West alone, but beyond Adan to other rural communities, it appears we are not paying enough attention to education within these settlement area, which is why you see most of these pupils dropping out of schools. Those who want to get pregnant. How can we have about 18 children getting pregnant, sitting for the DEC 2 years ago, and this year 10 females? And we think it's funny. We think it is okay for us to live something like this. I think it's about time the GS pay more attention to schools within the rural communities, particularly where I went. That is the Porticha copy. Nothing is happening in that area, and if care is not taken, we'll have a bigger problem in our hand.
All right. Keep your eyes on that particular story for us. Many thanks to you, Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogbe, for bringing us that fascinating and disturbing story all the way from our down west situation there. And it's one that we are talking about this morning. You can call into the show and share your views with us. I remember a couple of years back, I think about 10 years ago, there was a whole national conversation about schools under trees and the need to deal with it and eradicate completely schools under trees. But I mean, over the period, anytime the cameras and the microphones are taken out of the capital, and we're interested to know that this is actually here in the Greater Accra region. I mean, it's within the Adan area, within the Greater Accra region. And whenever we go out, we even see that, and we are staying right here in the capital region, and we are seeing this playing out as well. So let us know what you think about this. You can call into the show and share your views with us on this disturbing story. We have our first caller on the line. Good morning, Alhaji. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Joseph.
Yes, Alhaji.
How are you?
I'm very well, Alhaji.
How is Kukiti? She's well.
Yes, she's doing well.
And now she called Beatrice and Bella and the entire workers for the TV3. Let me send my wisdom to Guest Fund Deputy CEO and beg him they should look about this kind of program. Honorable Alasan Swale Hudandawa, he is a Deputy Guest Fund CEO. I think they will resolve this program for us. And Shemima Musa Hazan, Alaja Alasan, and Chairman of Uso Ampo, and Chief of Staff Honorable Julia Debrana, my Municipal Chief Executive Alasan Bagaman, and Dr. Abukara Wumbi. You see, Joseph, I think we will not experience this program in this country again, because so far as we're going to take this video out, I think our Get Fund CEO and the Education Minister, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, they will look about this and resolve this program for us, because we go beyond this thing. So past government, I ask question. Past government, are they not building the schools? So why are we still facing this kind of challenges in this country? I think this is a sad news that we have been hearing. So let's look and solve this problem forever. I think that can help us, because a lot of villages still face this kind of challenges. Look at the building and they have been put in there, but how they destroy. What is that? And the education minister, and they can't be to look and take the right steps, and we face this kind of problem. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation greater. So your friend, Prince Harry from Koforidua, is vying for the communication officer, and Aziz Dollar from Wa is also vying for the communication officer for Wa, and I also vying for the constituency communication officer. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation progress and strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alhaji, for joining us this morning. You can still call into the show and share your views with us. We have another call on the line. Good morning. Your name and where you are calling from?
Good morning, Francis from Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah, I can say good morning to you and your entire station TV. You've been with us from the days of this up to today. That shows that you are truly a station that is for the ordinary people, and we would like to thank you a lot. Now, back to this issue. You see, sometimes I blame the citizens for some of the things we see around. Number one, why am I saying this? Since the time of independence, we have seen that a lot of kids are staying, they study under trees. We have prominent people in the society, especially that community. But they are always thinking that it's the duty of the government to always build schools. It couldn't be so. At least those parents, in fact, if you get from this school, you have that are doing well. What is their quota to this various things that we're talking about? We just saw prominent man giving a big mansion. They are self-facilities. Those are things we encouraging. But in this country, it's like government must do everything. Government must do everything. Even that.
Unfortunately, we lost him there. We have another caller joining us on the line. Lopez, you are calling from Kleko. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Babaru.
Joseph here. How are you doing?
I'm Wakwa.
Hey. Joseph here. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but you have
you can still call into the show and share your views with us. Unfortunately, we lost this caller as well. My ever is -1, so you'd have to do English to help me there. You can still participate in the jackpot *439#. Select option 8, which is the MG jackpot. Like I said, we are doing a mini jackpot this morning. You get a chance to, we are giving 2,000 cedis to 3 individuals, and so you get a chance to be one of 3 individuals to win 2,000 cedis this morning. And so *439# option 8 to participate in the mini jackpots. You can still call into the show to share your views with us on this situation in Adan West, the story Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogwe brought to us this morning. Peter T is joining us on the phone line. Good morning. What's on your mind this morning, Peter?
Yeah, good morning. Adaklu.
Yes.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm very well. Thanks for asking.
Cookie T, Roland, Na, Beatrice, all are doing well, especially Cookie T. Tell Cookie T that this is the weekend. Today is Friday. So, yeah.
Everyone is fine out before me.
We should prepare well for the Friday. Yeah. Let me seize your medium, the opportunity of your medium to express my greetings to Alhaji Yaya Kundo. You know, he's the liaison officer, National Security Operations, and Alhaji Mahdi, National Democratic Congress. You know, he's the director for election, and then Mr. Emmanuel Ashalitete, Greater Accra Regional Liaison Officer, National Security. And then finally, I say Honorable Chairman Ava, the former Chairman, National Democratic Congress. Mr. Kabli, you see, this issue about our school infrastructure and its implication and what we are facing today about rainy, and then you see the facility, pulled down, broken down by the rainstorm. I think that the only thing we have to look at carefully, it is the foundation level, and then also the materials that are composed to get these facilities for the students. If care is not taken, it's going to create some danger in our future, children. The Minister for Education must quickly react to this, and then we see to it that it has been put back in place so that our children can have some good education. But you see, Roland, there are things that are contributing to some of these areas of destruction and breaking down of these things that we are facing today. We look at the previous administration, especially under the NPP administration. This infrastructure that they did not think of doing anything about it. And you see, me, I have a problem. I want to digress a bit about, I learned they are having some press conference or whatever today to attack the credibility and then the integrity of our law that we established. That's supposed to guide every person, including the president. But we need to establish the authenticity of some of these lies of NPP. If care is not taken, my brother, it will cause some serious suicidal mission that nobody can stand for it, because it will have future consequences for our elections and any development that we want to do. Because these decisions will not help. I'm advising them that the best thing they should do is to reorganize themselves for the next other 15 or 18 years. Because now there's no way that they are coming back is coming to serve good interest for any Ghanaian. These decisions they are taking seriously may spark fears and tensions in our future political development, because it doesn't augur well and it does not serve any good interest. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you very much for calling and sharing your views with us. We do have another caller on the line. Good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
Hello, good morning.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
My name is Prosper. As I said, I'm calling from Kando.
Okay.
It is quite devastating looking at our young children under this kind of condition. Please, it is about time our leaders begin to act swiftly. We shouldn't have reached this level. I know they knew that this was the condition of the school, because looking at the block, it's like the place is even uncompleted before it was ripped off by the rain. The MP said he is taking 2 weeks to solve this problem. Please, I want you to follow up on this very story. Few days ago, you broke out a story on Volta Technical Institute. I don't know the state of that situation now. That problem has been there more than 5 years. Joseph, anytime I use that stretch to hold and I see students moving, searching water, sometimes they go far beyond where you captured. It's quite fascinating, bro. So please, follow up on some of these stories and make sure that it doesn't end on the screen just like that. Follow up and make sure that the work is done. I think when you put them on their toes, the right thing will be done. We have a lot of these stories within the system. So please, thank you for the good work being done. I wish everybody all the very best.
All right. We have another caller joining us from Koforidua. Harry is on the line. Good morning.
Good morning. Good.
Yes.
We thank TV3 so much for the great work you are doing, and I'm so impressed. You keep bringing issues up that borders on national interest, and I would like to say this passionately, that as a nation, what are we doing? Where are we heading? Because these issues started repeating from Jerry's time. I was also under a tree in my small little town, somewhere now by demarcation, it is Etiwa West. We were under trees. But somehow, some way, some mobilization has gone on and then the place is put to shame. Are we still experiencing such things? If here is Ada, which is part of our national capital, Greater Accra, then go to Laura, go to Tumu, go to other hinter places. What will be happening there? This is our future. This is where we claim we should be voted for and serve the people. So what is our national policy to make sure that the children that will come and take over us should be under better conditions to foster their tomorrow to help us well. My brother, and this particular one, if we say we talk about it, you will be politically centered and you look as if, because it keeps repeating over 20 years now. I completed JS in 1995. And since 1995 to today, I have 30 years and 31 years counting. I'm still seeing children under trees. Oh, Ghana. Let's represent ourselves well on the international community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling and sharing your view with us as well. We have some more callers calling into the show to share their views. We have another caller. Good morning. Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning. I'm calling from Upper West. My name is Yakubu Abubakar.
Okay, Yakubu, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I will use your platform to greet Donla from Wa and then Benue Traditional Parliament Chief, Alhaji Yusuf Abubakar, for their good work they have been doing in the Upper West region. In fact, this you are saying now, it's we individual. Why am I saying this? Because if they wanted to vote, the MP will come to the area. If you vote for me, I will do this, I will do this, I will do it. But after they vote, you know that you are not the person who will do that work. And you promise the people that you will come and build school for them. They voted for you. You went to Parliament. Now you forget that you are not the one who is going to issue the contract. And we are waiting for you. This is the reason. And some of us is not helping the community. One person can build these classrooms, but he will not do. Waiting for only the government to do it. That is why we are not developing. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much for calling us. We have another caller from the Upper West as well. Good morning, your name?
Hello, good morning, my brother.
Yes.
Hello, good morning, my brother.
Yes, good morning. I can hear you. Go ahead. Your name and where you're calling from specifically?
My name is Sedek Kurostiu.
Okay. You can go ahead.
Yeah. I want to thank you people for bringing this sort of thing online. Yes. It's pathetic anyway. Just like everybody's saying, our leaders are just working for us. I would also suggest that philanthropists like Ibrahim Baba should take interest in this particular thing and intervene. These are the sort of things people should be doing for humanity. Yes. And then to support I feel so bad this morning. I never knew things like this still exist. I never expected to see this kind of thing. But you have done your work, and then philanthropists should come into this. Looking at the furniture they are using, it tells that government or education ministry is aware of this thing. Why does it take to build just shelter for these people? Oh, it's pathetic. So bad. And they may have an APO. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your views with us on this very disturbing story. Some of you have been sharing your messages with us on your the various platforms on WhatsApp and also on Facebook as well. Let me bring you some of those messages right now. Alo Gazero, you are asking that you're asking who they're expecting to build the classrooms for them. That's the question that you are asking. I thought that would be will be obvious as to who should be building the classrooms for them. But let's do some more messages here. This one is coming from Simon Yang from Wa. You say that the hard truth is that Ghana's population has increased with better health care. However, the correspondent increase in infrastructure for students in schools has not been met. Additionally, the quality of the few new structures is compromised. New structures are collapsing after 4 or 5 years, yet school structures built before independence are still standing up. Our problem is self-inflicted. Greetings to my son, Aziz Donla, incoming Upper West Regional Communications Officer. Simon Yang, you sent that message. Aziz Donla himself has also sent a message as well. You say that studying under trees is a worrying trend which isn't good for a developing nation like ours, most especially Upper West region. However, this current government has rolled out 2 primary school policy initiatives every year for all district assemblies. This policy initiative will help salvage the situation. And another message here from Prince Nana York. You say that it's truly sad to see that still peoples are learning under trees in our country. The government should urgently collect comprehensive data on these institutions and develop a clear policy to build schools for such communities in phases. If we can construct 5 to 10 schools per year, depending on available funds, we can steadily reduce this problem. We may not solve everything overnight, but with a consistent phased approach, real progress is possible. God bless our homeland, Ghana. And Ralph, you also sent this one. You say that, good morning. You see, schools under trees will be with us forever. We don't have planning systems for our communities, for people to settle somewhere and for a school to be started as well. And that's Ralph, you sent that particular message. Another one here from Fakaki in Wa Central Deputy Communication Treasurer Hopeful. You say that, okay, you're talking about you say that your regards to, okay, we should be supporting the growth of Ghanaian businesses and not to collapse them without recourse. You are referring to the Group Indum story that we brought you a bit later when I was running through the main stories that have dominated the headlines this week. And you see, there's something about this story that sticks out for me. It's a part of the conversation that may seem far off. But the fact of the matter is that assuming those students were actually in a good classroom block, it's in a good classroom block studying, they will still be about 15 or 10 years behind. And it's very simple. You can go on social media and check. Education is so much far advanced that young people in other countries, in the developed countries, are learning so much at a fast rate, taking advantage of technology, artificial intelligence, and all that it does. People are developing so fast that simply sitting in a classroom, having a table and chair is no longer the minimum. But we are in a situation that the minimum is even absent. And a lot of the times, the narrative is that you struggle to dream and see beyond your worldview. The farther you can look, the farther you can imagine your ability to attain. There are few exceptions that play out there. People who come from very terrible backgrounds who rise to the very top. The norm for many is that we have to create that basic structure that gives everyone an equal platform. And this is the digital age. This is the artificial intelligence age where the world is just moving by so fast that a conversation around schools under trees cannot be the topic of discussion this day. We should be talking about what we are learning next. We should be talking about how we are changing education. I remember under the previous administration, they started with the STEM schools that were being built across the country. That is the conversation we should be having in the 21st century, in this particular part of it, the digital age. The next step, training our young people to appreciate science and math, training them to appreciate technology, training them to see the modern trends, to be creative enough to develop technology that meets our current challenges. Not to be lacking the very basic that their challenge, their focus will be the ability to just sit in a classroom. These are classrooms that the best they could get to be to learn to read and write, learn to do basic math, and if they are lucky, learn a bit more social skills here and there. And you see them over there sleeping. They couldn't basically pay attention because the circumstances will not allow it. I mean, Armstrong was explaining to us that when you are seated, they are just artificial divisions. You see them there, they are sleeping. I mean, this young man, he's not competing. Oh, goodness. He's not competing against those around him like we may think. His competitors are all over on the earth. And that could be the next president seated right there. And the worldview that he's confronted with is what he sees around him. And guess what? His immediate thinking of what solutions will be constructing classrooms and ensuring that the classrooms are properly separated to enable them, the students who are in his situation, not to be in his situation. The world challenges are beyond that, but that is how limited a worldview we are feeding people at this age with, at this particular stage in their life. I mean, for those of you who love philosophy so much, you will be familiar with Plato's famous allegory of the cave. People who are kept in the cave for so long, in the darkness, where all they're able to see, no light in the cave, all they see are shadows. People talking and moving, and they think that the voices they are hearing are coming from the shadows. And he makes the point about if some of these individuals manage to escape from the cave and they go out there and they see light and they see human beings and they see that the shadows they are hearing from are actually physical human beings. He said, imagine those people go back into the cave and they are trying to convince those in the cave that there are light, there are colors, there's white, there's red, there's green. It's not all black like they are seen in the cave. He says, imagine how the people in the cave will laugh at them and how they will not believe them. And Plato makes the point that that is their worldview. So seeing beyond the worldview is so difficult, and that is how it's very important for government, stakeholders in the education space to step up and ensure that we give our children the very best in the 21st century. We cannot be dealing with schools under trees in this particular age. So it's very unfortunate that we have to discuss this. And many thanks to Armstrong for bringing us this particular story. And thanks to all of you for calling and sharing your views with us. We do hope that some solution will come their way. They promised that 2 weeks we'll be keeping tabs on this particular story to ensure that some solution comes to these students to deal with the situation once and for all. You can still participate in cash out despite the challenges that we are being confronted with. We are still in a mood to give out. So dial star 439 hash, select option 8, which is the MG jackpot, and you have the option to be part of the opportunity to be part of 3 individuals to win 2,000 cedis each. As always, pack up your day the Milky Way with the rich, smooth taste of Peck Milk Shortcake. It is a pure delight. That is all time will allow us for the This Morning segment. We'll take a quick break. What music are we playing? We should play something nice for people to calm down and everything. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the Big Issues segment where I'll be joined by the panel. D Crime says Coco Sakura. We'll be right back. specifically for this segment. So that see some of the students who are basically asleep under the tree there. You see them, they'll come up in a short very shortly, and that's why we're complaining about it. And there are no proper divisions between the classrooms. You see the student is sleeping right over there. It's supposed to be school hours, and two of them are also sleeping. Others are playing. The gentleman is tired. I mean, he's just taking a nap. And the interesting thing about the story, Armstrong was explaining that a lot of the students travel many miles to actually get to this school, and this is the situation that they are confronted with. And the point he was making was that you can be in class 1 studying mathematics, someone is in class 3 studying social studies, and basically you can hear the maths and social studies at the same time. And the question is, are you actually paying attention to the maths or the social studies? And the only two structures that they had is in your short now has also collapsed because of the rainstorm that occurred. And so this has even worsened their situation. So more students are now under the tree than previously. And this is what we are contending with. A very sad story there. And so that's why we brought you this story, allowed you to call into the show to share your views with us, those who are now enjoying. And this is what engaged our attention on the This Morning segment. Let's talk some politics now, because at the heart of all the national discussion, the developmental issue, politics is the driver, basically. Nkrumah said long ago that seek ye first political power and all other things shall be added. He was amending the scripture that we are all familiar with, the kingdom of God. But this time around, he says the political power. And then we all know the dance around the political power not too long ago between John Dramani Mahama and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Dr. Bawumia lost, like we all know. He's coming back. He'll be contesting the next election, and he's been speaking. He's been having a stakeholder engagement where he met with the New Patriotic Party's members of Parliament, and he made an interesting point. He says the New Patriotic Party stands ready to govern Ghana once again. Let's listen to the NPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
For meeting at a very critical intersection of our political history. The steps we take from this point onwards will be central to delivering Ghanaians from this unambitious and overpromising and under-delivering NDC government. I want to start by congratulating you for the hard work you have done so far. In the last 17 months, when all has been said and done, you have been the last line of defense and glimmer of hope for the Ghanaian. You have stood and defended our nation and party to everyone's admiration, earning you the accolade, the mighty minority. Well done, well done, well done. But I have not come only to congratulate you. I have come to encourage you, to strengthen your hands, and to remind you that the role you play from this Thursday is bigger than the number of seats we occupy. You are the parliamentary face of the hope that millions of Ghanaians still have in the New Patriotic Party. You are the expression of the ambition and plans of our party for the people of Ghana. Do not underestimate your place in this moment. In opposition, the minority caucus is not a spectator. You are the first line of accountability, the first line of policy scrutiny, and the first line of reassurance to citizens who are beginning to ask whether the promises made to them were carefully thought through or merely crafted for campaign applause and deception. I believe in this caucus. I believe in your intellect, your courage, your experience, your political instincts, and above all, your love for MPP and Ghana.
That's Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, commenting on the NPP's readiness to return to government and making a point about the role the minority will be playing. And some have already said that this signals that the New Patriotic Party has ended its post-election introspection and is now in a full opposition and campaign mode, very early in this new administration, ready to take on the administration, to hold them accountable. We heard from some of the minority MPs afterwards saying that, well, they are ready to hold the government accountable and show that they can do better in government if given the opportunity. And the question on the minds of some are that, well, is the party actually ready to govern again, given that less than 24 months ago, close to 24 months ago, the people of Ghana decided that, well, enough of the NPP, 8 years is enough, let's do the NDC, let's bring John Mahama for a final term. And the other question is that, with how things have been under John Mahama so far, is the NPP an option that Ghanaians should be looking at, given the performance, the 8 years prior to the John Mahama tenure? All these are questions that my partner will be helping me deal with. Kamaldeen Abdullahi is with the New Patriotic Party, Deputy Communications Director. His Excellency, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us as always. Also joining us in the studio this morning, a fan of the La Liga champions, Ebo Bachman. Ebo Bachman is with the United Party. Good morning, Ebo.
Yeah, good morning. It's the one you mentioned, Basa. You have to mention the other team.
Drafts.
Yes, Abontia. Cape Coast, mysterious.
The mysterious drafts. Also with us in the studio is Abraham Amaleba. Abraham Amaleba is Director General, National Road Safety Authority, also with the National Democratic Congress, legal practitioner as well. Good morning, Senior. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm doing well.
Very good. Let me start with Kamaldeen first, and the question I posed just at the concluding part before I introduced you. Ghanaians voted out the NPP. It's not been too long ago. I mean, yes, time is running fast, but we are still under 2 years. I mean, they voted the NPP out. I mean, what exactly has changed? And is this bold confidence, or Dr. Baumia perhaps it's not familiar with what is playing out? And I'm asking that because there are those who are saying that with how the government is performing, it's too early to begin to put the NPP across as an option, especially when the NPP's record is within memory.
Well, thank you very much. And once again, good morning to you. Morning to Lawyer Malva, and of course to Ebo. You see, coming events cast their shadows. That's what I do know. And in this case, you've asked, why is the MPP confident through our flag bearer that the likelihood of we winning power again is clear? Calling for unity within our rank and file, calling for unity at the topmost part of the party, and reiterating that his past contenders in the presidential primaries have all come together. To the best of his knowledge, there's nothing called factionalism in our party now. With this, I would say that a very good morning goes out to him, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, inshallah, who shall be sworn in on the 7th of January 2029, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Wherever you are, I say good morning to you once again. You see?
You forgot to say.
You see, I forgot what? I didn't forget. That's my style of presentation. You don't tell me how I go about it. Please, just watch me. You see?
I thought about cutting and say that the poor people, before they wake up.
I'll get there.
Come on, don't go. Don't mind him, go.
You see, we were promised Formula 133. Do you have it happening? 24-hour economy, our flagship policy. John Dramani Mahama went round to tell people that he had made mistakes and that he was coming to correct his mistakes. He admitted, to the extent that the revered Asante Hene told him Well, if you have made mistakes and you're coming to correct your mistakes, why not? Ghanaians are there and watching. They may give you the nod, but when they give you the nod, don't repeat such mistakes again. You ask a question as to why we are confident. It's that simple. The person who said he made mistakes promised the entire country, especially the youth of this country, jobs. And that each job shall have 3 people performing the task. Reference to his 24-hour economy. Brought out a formula called Formula 133. Ghanaians accepted, bought into it, voted. Almost 2 years down the line, a scam. Complete scam, because there's no even a foundation, formality to put it up. When his government spokesperson, when they were in opposition, was asked about 24-hour economy, he said the water seller, even after 6 p.m., can sell. They will make sure electricity is available. They will make sure the atmosphere is conducive for businesses, private or public, to go, what? 24 hours. As we speak, what is the current status of our energy? Let's face facts. What are we? Where are we in terms of power? Where we are is somebody writing Doomsaw on his Facebook wall and he's been arrested. Doomsaw is back. That's where we are. So when I tell you that we are confident, these are some of the things that we see to prove that we are confident. The president stood in Geneva, Switzerland, and said that there was an African proverb which says that the one who plants a tree may not be the one to sit under the shade of that tree. I listened to him so well. We were actually, when we were in government, confronted with what? Global pandemic. Global issues. As a result, every single economy in this world suffered because of such situation, including Ghana. And our president made a profound statement that time. What we know how to do is to fix back our economy, but not to bring back lives that are lost. For that matter, we would have to go all out to prevent the deaths. And rather, even if it's going to be at the expense of our economy. Lo and behold, our economy suffered. But after that, the cause to rebound was actually planted by the MPP again. Today, what are we seeing? The economy has actually rebounded. And being back, somebody is claiming credit for a tree he never planted. You are sitting under that shade and you want to call yourself the best person? Why? Joe, I have always said this. I am proud to be MPP because, but for MPP, Malam Yamoransa Road would not have been constructed. We all know what was happening from Carnation going to Yamoransa. But for MPP, Tetekwashi Circle running to Adenta to Ebri would not have been constructed. But for MPP, as we see today, N1 Road would not have been constructed. Opening Accra up. But for MPP, from Circle to Achimota would have been a nightmare. You can spend 4 hours there, but for MPP. The NDC for so many years, under Jerry Rawlings with PNDC and running to NDC from 92 to 96, tell me, what major openings did they do in Greater Accra? But for MPP, there would not have been a national card in your packet called the NHIS card. Proper policy. But for MPP, public transport would not have been there, Metro Mass Transport. But for MPP, capitation grant would not have been there. But for MPP, school feeding program would not have been there. And but for MPP, parents who suffered or who were suffering as a result of their children finishing JHS and cannot go to secondary school, have no money to pay. But for MPP, that would not have been seen the day of light. Or the light of day, I should say. The NDC should tell me that is why we are confident that when given the opportunity, some of these pro-poor policies that we have initiated We have turned the economy of this country around. But for MPP, mobile interoperability would not have been there. But for MPP. Okay? But for MPP, Agenda 111 would not have been there. I am telling you, that is why our flag bearer, the revered Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, is confident that with unity, with us coming together, we will surely get back this power and then, of course, save Ghana again. So that is the point.
I mean, is there a part of the MPP analysis where, because I hear a lot from your communicators always trying to suggest that the NDC won the election because of the message they sold to the Ghanaian people.
That's exactly what I told you.
And they are not delivering. That's the same point you've made. Yeah, but is there a part that the MPP is open to accepting that the way and manner your party governed is also, as a result, is what led to the electoral defeat?
Yes. When Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia embarked on the thank you tour before even the presidential primaries, he made certain admissions that, look, yes, we have done well. We cannot be perfect as a people. We may have stepped on one or two toes. We may have made one or two mistakes. He made that admission. And if indeed those mistakes were there, I accept responsibility and apologize for same. That is why I told you, John Dramani Mahama, even himself, told you that his first 4 years that he was given made mistakes. And for that matter, Ghanaians should forgive him for those mistakes and vote for him. It's an honorable thing done by most politicians. And I think that Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia was being truthful to the people, being honorable to the people, being honest to the people, and accepted that, yes, we may have done X, Y, Z very well, but some parts we might have fallen short. Ghanaians, with the greatest of respect to you, forgive us in that. Okay.
There are some who say that the 2 years of John Mahama, if the MPP was in power, things would not have been as they are.
John Mahama himself gave you the proverb that the one who plants the tree doesn't sit under the shade.
They were planting a tree in 8
When
years.
they came in, they were sworn in January of 7th of January. The budget they ran with till March was not their budget. It was the MPP budget.
No, but I'm saying that you were planting a tree for 8 years.
I'm telling you, we didn't plant the tree for 8 years. Of course, we worked for 8 years. But I'm saying that after the external problems that we had, the global shocks that came in, that affected the entire global supply chain, affected economies, including Ghana, we needed to put structures in place to ensure that today we are in a good place. And that was where we planted the tree and the seed. And today, they are sitting under the shade and then making a lot of noise about it.
Okay. Let me come to Abraham Maliba now. Abi, Dr. Bawumia says,
I can forgive my brother this morning because he wasn't in Ghana. He was in Saudi Arabia. He didn't feel what we felt. So, would you be surprised the way he's talking? The man wasn't in Ghana. Didn't just sit here and say that never in our history did Ghanaians insult the army for not staging a coup d'etat because of economic conditions. He wasn't here. So he can speak the way he's speaking. The old ladies who had haircuts, when you collapse the financial institutions, you think they'll be happy the way you are talking this morning? You were not here. They took you out and you were now enjoying somewhere. You've come back to shut your mouth. You are all over the place. Look, Bawumia is talking about, and I'm a student of policy development and policy implementation. What he did was to give policy direction to his party. But Dr. Bawumia, he's a doctor, he's a PhD holder, should know that policy development and policy implementation or articulation of policies must align with the shared cognitive belief of the people. And I'll break it down. If you come out with a policy that all chiefs in this country should get up whenever they see the president and salute the president, like Adaklu Addo used to do. You need to find out whether the people who you are giving this policy direction to ascribe to it. Do they believe in it? Do they accept it? If the people don't buy into it, that policy will fail. I've given an example of how your policy should be aligned to the shared, and when I say shared, generally Ghanaians, shared cognitive belief of the people. Here we are talking about the voters. Do you think that apart from the MPP people, do you think this morning, as we speak, there's a Ghanaian voter who is thinking about bringing MPP back to power? Having witnessed the kind of governance just 3 years ago, is it up to 3 years? It's not even up, not up to 2 years.
It's not even up to 2 years.
And you think Ghanaians are fools? You think when they pinch you like this, you think that you just forget the following day?
Kamaldeen is a Ghanaian voter. You asked whether there's a Ghanaian voter who wants to.
That's why I told you, if you were listening, apart from the MPP apparatchiks like him, no Ghanaian voter this morning. In fact, if you look at the Ghanaian belief or orientation this morning, they are even talking about who is going to be next after John Mahama in the NDC. That is where Ghanaians are looking at. Nobody's looking at the other side. Because we saw you in power. We saw you in power when this country was turned into what? Bola. Their ratings. We saw you in power. We saw you in power when the president went about with chairs in 1V8 when ordinary Ghanaians could not afford 3 square meals again. We saw you in power when the whole Chief Justice, former Chief Justice, had to be sitting in rain. We saw you in power. We saw you in power when fuel was skyrocketing. We saw you in power. We saw you in power when the dollar was running like Usain Bolt. We saw you in power. Today I don't have a headache. So if you annoy me, I'll give it to you. Last week I had a headache, so I couldn't fire. Today I don't have any headache. I don't have any problems. You know? So, I want to tell Dr. Bawumia, PhD holder, policy directions should be aligned to the cognitive belief of the people. And I'm saying that this morning, the cognitive belief of Ghanaians is not even to be thinking about the MPP coming into power. What are the failures of the NDC for we to be talking about MPP coming to power? You took over the reins of this government, then it got to a point when you entered a shop and bought your item and you don't quickly take it out.
I think this is your example every day.
And then you come back to say, I bought my thing, let me take it. They'll add something to it.
Yeah, it was horrible.
It was that bad. And you think Ghanaians have suddenly forgotten. Why? The opposition, the minority is talking to. This minority is talking to. I didn't know the most reckless minority in the history of the Fourth Republic. Look, we saw the MPP in minority under the days of J.H. Mensah. This was a responsible minority, and they were able to ensure that they brought back the MPP. They brought the MPP to power because they have never come to power. Because they dealt with issues that the Ghanaian was interested in. Tell me, all the things they are doing, the minority, what are the issues that they are dealing with the Ghanaians are interested in? You go to cocoa farmers and lie that the money the president didn't give you is why he used to buy planes for himself, airplanes for himself. Now Google is there. The farmer can just sit there and check that you were sitting in Parliament and you approved the buying of planes, airplanes, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Huh? They are not tackling the real issues. And I, a student of policy development and implementation, can tell them how they can get the imagination of the Ghanaian people. But if I do that, I'll be a traitor to my party. I won't tell them. So you are not capturing the imagination of the Ghanaians. How many times have they made noise about issues and Ghanaians have brushed them aside? This is what they should be focusing on to ensure that they get the buy-in of Ghanaians. Your regime was horrible. We had, and you see what he's talking about. When you go to ground zero and you get to the rock bottom, you can only come up. You can only come up. We got to the bottom under the administration. We got to the rock bottom under the administration. An example is Rwanda. Now Rwanda got to the bottom. You know, you cannot go down further again. You can only rise. So this rise that you are seeing has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with good management of the economy. So why is it that when you were in power, the fuel prices were going up? You say global crisis. Why? The Ukraine what war, Russia war, is still ongoing. Don't they bump each other? Aren't they bumping each other? Hasn't Hormuz come to add to the issue? But when I was in Malawi, there were queues of vehicles to buy fuel. Have you seen any queues in Ghana? Have you seen any queues in Ghana? It tells you that there's somebody whose management of the economy is making us avoid all these challenges that our other African countries or countries are having. You don't come here and sit down. 24-hour economy. Haven't they cut salt for 24-hour markets? Haven't there been this policy to give startups 5 million and then 500,000 for them to start their work in the skills training and also in the digitalization? Hasn't it started? Hasn't it started? Hasn't a law, 24-hour law, been put in place? Come on. Always pray that when I'm coming with you, I should get headache. But if I don't have headache, like I don't have today, Kamal, don't make those your statements, sweeping statements. Ghanaians will be fools, and I'm going to say it again, if they return the MPP to power immediately like this. We all suffered. Bag of rice in the grocery shops, way above. Today, that has come down. We are not saying that it is Uhuru. That's why governments are in place. If there were no problems, you said there's Dumso. If there were no problems, there wouldn't have been governments. But this Dumso you are talking about is the Minister of Energy, led by John Jinakpo, not tackling it. So, Ghanaians are discerning. And Ghanaians are slow, Nkrumah said it, in reacting. That doesn't mean that we forget. We have not forgotten how the people of this country were treated, were led, were governed by the MPP. So we have an opposition leader who was neck deep in this quagmire that we were confronted with. Now coming to say that they are ready to take up the reins of government, can that be described as tickling yourself and laughing? So, my brother, let me end here.
Dr. Baumia says the MPP is government in waiting. He says, let every Ghanaian who watches this session come away thinking the NPP is ready and the NPP is on our side. the road to 2028 will not be won in one rally or one manifesto launch. It will be won day by day, question by question, statement by statement, community by community, and constituency by constituency. And in that work, you, the minority caucus, are indispensable. Let no one outside this party profit from avoidable divisions within our ranks. That's his message to the people of Ghana and the people of the New Patriotic Party.
Okay. Let me say it. I know you expect me to say it, so I will say it. Poor people dream. Poor people, they dream. And in their dreams, they see themselves being rich until they wake up to the reality of their own situation. So they can continue to dream. But one day, 2028, they will wake up to the reality of their situation. You see, if you send pork to the Zongo market early, it wouldn't give you advantage, any form of advantage over someone who brings beef later to the market. A bad product for the market is a bad product, no matter when you send it. MPP has a very bad product for 2028 election. Very bad product for the market. Very uninspiring product. Very weak product. And very incompetent product. You see, in the run-up to the 2016 election, how was Dr. Bawumia presented to Ghanaians? That is the crux of the matter. How was he presented to Ghanaians? He was presented to Ghanaians as someone who has got what it takes to turn around the fortunes of Ghana's economy. The candidate then, Nana Akufo-Addo, who eventually became president and Dr. Bawumia became his vice president, said the whole economy was going to be managed by Dr. Bawumia, particularly when it comes to the issue of the foreign exchange. For Osofo at a point in time said Dr. Bawumia was in charge of the whole economy. So you position yourself as someone who has got a magic wand to help solve Ghana's problem. On the basis of that, Ghanaians gave your political party power. But Dr. Bawumia himself has said that it's because of the things he said in 2016. That is why MPP won power. So you gave Ghanaians certain words, certain promises, an impression that you have what it takes. You are economic waste kid. The wife used the word waste kid for the husband. Mrs. Bawumia said the husband is economic waste kid. And Ghanaians bought into it and gave you the economy to manage. What was the record? You see? So the question is not whether MPP is ready to govern again or not. The question is, what is the record of MPP in terms of economic management? When Ghanaians gave you 1.7 million difference, they knew Kufuor started school feeding. They knew Metro Bus, Kufuor started it. So that is not the argument. The argument is, when you were given 8 years to govern, what was your record? Economic record, corruption record, galamsey record. I mean, these are the things people looked in determination of who became the president in the last election. So what is Dr. Bawumia going to present himself for again? Is he going to say he's got the magic wand again to solve Ghana's economy? Is this what he's going to tell Ghanaians? You see, let me say it, and AB has said a lot. MPP, it's about time they sat down and look at what is even happening in their own party. A very weak party, divided party. They are showing strength on the surface, but beneath the surface, serious cracks in the party. As we speak, Akable, they are stabbing each other. They are stabbing themselves because of their delegate polling station elections. People are being beaten all over the place because there are serious problems in the party. And I think instead of telling Ghanaians or instead of annoying Ghanaians with this kind of statement, it's about time they look within and see what is really the problem of the party. And I think MPP should be worried about the kind of leaders they have. Their problem is mainly leadership. As I said, they have a very weak candidate in the person of Dr. Bawumia, a man who cannot even control his party members when they are insulting revered people in the society. In fact, after they've insulted them, when they come back, he will hug them. He will hug them for giving them thumbs up. You've done well. For insulting somebody like Archbishop Duncan Williams. A very weak candidate. We don't need such a weak person to lead this country. And as I said, his records show that he's very incompetent. He referred to the sitting president in those days as incompetent Mahama. Can you say he's super incompetent because of his record? Because he was in charge. He was the head of economic management team. As I said, Osefo Mafu told us, when at a point things were fairly well and going well, Osefo Mafu told us, he didn't even give credit to the whole economic management team. He said Dr. Bawumia was the one. He said, we are where we are because of Dr. Bawumia. What was the end result? Why did he himself run away from the economy? Somebody, let me tell you, people don't know this. When Nenado started National Cathedral, do you know the person who was in charge? It was Dr. Bawumia. Ask anybody. He was the one who was meeting the pastors, moving from one region to the other. When things started not going well, he ran away from it. He always ran away from accountability and responsibility. So he ran away from National Cathedral. He ran away from the economist, running away from the economy to digitalization. Such a person say we should give him Ghana. Maybe he ran away from Ghana to Togo. If things become difficult for us. So such a person, that's what I'm saying, that the party has a problem, leadership problem. Let's go to Parliament. Afoko Makin, my own friend Afoko Makin. My God. You think Ghanaians are not discerning? And they hand over power to these people? Like another Umpre and Co. Jerry, you think Ghanaians are not discerning? We are a very serious country, my brother. You see, this is not just like a game. You just saw the pictures, right, this morning, of kids schooling under trees. Juxtapose that one with the kind of corruption cases we have and the money involved. And you think Ghanaians will have the appetite to bring MPP back to power? I've told you, the last time I said it here, we need long time to deal with the overwhelming corruption cases. We need more years.
You and who need your party, NDC? Or
what do you need? I don't know. Ghana, I'm a Ghanaian, and I'm speaking as a Ghanaian, that we need more time to deal with these numerous corruption cases that are hanging over their records. And I had one recently. You see, this 13, Mr. President, these 13 African games, the kind of issues that are coming up from that particular place. That young man should not be sitting in Parliament. You see, we should be very serious. If you're a serious country, that young man called Yusuf, I've forgotten the Mustafa Yusuf, should not be sitting in our Parliament. He should not be sitting in our Parliament. So what are they talking about? And what have they even put forward as an alternative policy prescription? That if you give us power, this is what we can do. And look at somebody said something very funny. He said, when you look at NDC, the kind of spokespersons they had when they were in opposition, the person mentioned Atufosun was finance, Eric Opoku was agric, and the spokesperson, just mention them. And just look at what MPP is presenting to you as spokesperson for agric, spokesperson for transportation, spokesperson. They are not serious at all. They are not serious at all. So why should we take them serious? No, why should we take them serious and hand over this country to them? To who?
I think it's time for me to
So the point is that political promises are very important, but records matter more. what were your records in the last 8 years that Ghanaian gave you economic power, political power, social power to govern this country? Okay. So, my point is that if there's any political party Ghanaians are ready for, and if this election is going to be any competitive election, it's going to be between NDC and UP. Because I don't think Ghanaians will fall so low to give this country back to MPP. Let me tell you this. It's the same people. Dr. Bahomia, they are just using him. He's a very weak leader. He's a politician, MPP politician. They like weak leaders. They don't want to taste the Akufo-Addo type of leadership again. So they want a weak leadership so that they can control. That is why the likes of Oteche Mensah, all of them, see, they want somebody they can control. He doesn't have roots in the party. The man doesn't have roots in the party. So they want somebody they can control. And the same old people, those who looted this country as if they were not tomorrow. They are the very people who are behind him. And so if you give them the opportunity again, do you know what is going to happen to this country? Okay. Where is Kenofurata? Where is Kenofurata? Their finance minister has run away. We should give them power again, give them another finance minister. Let's be serious, oh. I mean, let's be serious in this country.
Yes, Kamal, you made some notes.
All right, thank you very much. I think that I am happy we are speaking to very discerning minds who are watching us. When I made my submission, I hinged largely my submission on policies churned out by the MPP to better the lot of Ghanaians. From the inception of the Fourth Republican Constitution, I spoke about proper policies and gave examples. I spoke of brick and mortar infrastructure, gave examples. And in fact, if I'm given time, I will go on and on and on. When you gave them opportunity, all they had to do is to resort to what we call ad hominem arguments, personalities attack. Ghanaians are watching, they're very discerning. As we said today, the finance minister, I beg him, at force and wherever you are, please release money for agencies and authorities like National Rail Safety Authority to work. Please. The accidents are getting too many.
What organization?
The regional offices are almost closed down.
What is it called?
From my search.
National Rail.
From my search, I'm saying that National Road Safety Commission or Authority, please release money, help my brother Amaliba to work. He's ready. He's so competent to work, but there's no money for him to work, and his regional offices are almost closed down. And he knows what I'm talking about. He can speak to it. That is what they call good governance. Mustafa Bandi sat on one of your media platforms, your sister station, virtually wailing, calling on appointees of government, saying their party is on the verge of destruction. I didn't say it. And what did the Bobakman say? Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia is a weak leader. Really? Mr. Alan Chiramati, who got 31,000 and then ended up getting UP, is not a weak leader. 31,000 in the general election. Even that one, you are not a weak leader. You come and sit here instead of even propagating what your party ought to do. You are saying we didn't talk of policies. What policy have you spoken about?
That's a topic.
Please, what policy have you spoken about?
You speak to the topic.
With your 31,000 people, that one you are a weak leader, strong leader, UP. You come and say, if I were you, I would be quiet and let Amalba and myself do the arguments. And we move on. But not to sit here, you have nothing to say, and then you get up calling people weak leaders. If I were you, I wouldn't quiet. You see, but let me let you know. I am saying that it's not just about road safety alone. Most of the government agencies and ministers are crying for releases. Find out. Most of them are crying because of leadership. Somebody wants to be president, so he's starving people for money. And they are struggling. Channeling only because the money to gold board and their so-called big push. Finish. Anybody who's Amalba is here, he can speak to it. Most agencies are suffering. And they sit here, and instead of telling the truth, you will not. But see, under MPP, what we did, we had what we call science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM schools. Excellent under education. TVET was given a boost. Excellent. Under Nana Adonga Akufo-Addo. We did not joke. Jobs. We didn't see teachers just running. Just how many years have we come to power? Teachers say you should pay them. You are running around. Teachers are chasing you. We are here. You sit here. We sit here. We sit here. Nurses are complaining. Doctors are complaining. Nothing seems to be working. and yet we say we shouldn't talk. When we are telling you we are confident of coming to power, these are the things we look at and point at. Then we talk about it. Kwesi Pratt, what did Kwesi Pratt say? Speaking about this government, he said, I pity Mahama. I pity him. He said, you came on the proclamation of reset agenda. Where is the reset? You have appointed people and they are rather going around doing their own things. Kwesi Pratt, from the words of Kwesi Pratt, not me, a senior journalist. He's giving you analysis. He's telling you what is happening to your government. That is why I say we are confident. Ghanaians are watching. You asked me whether or not we had some shortfall. I said yes. As a body, we will have surely some imperfections along the line. And we have apologized for saying. But when it comes to comparing records, what we did, I am telling you, go to Secondary and see the interchange. It is MPP. Go to Tamale and see interchange. It is MPP.
Kumasi.
Go to Kumasi and see MPP. Everywhere you go, these people have nothing to deliver to this country. The last time I checked, Dodo Pepesu to Nkwanta Road was done by them. And they told us that the contractor was the best in the world, Kananzui. The president told us that 10 years down the line, they have awarded how many times of money they are using again to go and they upgrade that road. Are they people who think of Ghana? Are these people who think of Ghana? And we sit here and somebody is telling me I don't have headache today. If you get, I'll give it to you. Give it to me and I'll give it to you.
But you know why you threw the pen?
Give it to me and I'll give it to you.
He has thrown a pen at me.
Look, I am telling you, it went off my hand anyway. But give it to me and I'll give it to you. You sit here, your incompetence is legendary. You are telling me we shouldn't talk about that. Your incompetence is legendary, and you say we shouldn't talk.
This is an attack.
Please, I beg you.
You are the moderator.
I beg you.
I need to bring this matter to you. He has thrown a pen at me. He must apologize for throwing the pen at me.
No, he will apologize. This is inadvertent, my brother. Very inadvertent. You give my friend to me.
So I should suffer it.
It's inadvertent.
I should suffer it.
So you see, if you sit here and tell me that you have look. You will develop headache when you leave out. Because when you give it, I'll give it to you. Okay. Your own agency, which I know you to be a very workaholic person, a very competent person for that matter. At least they should let my brother work. Not he alone. Most of the agencies, go and find out what is happening. They have stifled them, they are suffering, and you come and sit here and tell me that your government is doing well. Really?
Okay. Abi, I realize you made some notes.
Yes, some notes.
Please don't throw your pen. Just keep your pen.
No, me.
I didn't throw it intentionally.
Sorry, don't unintentionally. Sorry, don't unintentionally. Let's go.
I belong to a disciplined party, so we don't do that. You see, no government in the history of this country has provided enough funding to its agencies. No government. So even under the MPP that you belong to, you know that there were times when agencies were crippled because funding didn't go. That has nothing to do with a government's ability to turn around the fortunes of an economy. That has nothing to do with that. Clearly, as we sit, there has been a lot of reset in this economy. The reset where people who had haircuts, people whose banks were collapsed, no longer suffer that fate. That's a reset. The reset where you have a government that has ensured that the people go to buy fuel even at the time when the world economy is reeling under the US-Israel-Iraq war. That's a reset. And so it is for you to understand that when the people of this country are singing praises of this administration, you know there are some people who even think that the current president must go for a third term. Compare that to when Akufo-Addo was in his second term.
We're all watching our time.
We're all watching our time. We wishing to see his back. But if you have a president where people are clamoring for him to stay on, it's a clear indication of his good works. And that's where the resetting is coming from. So, Kamal, it is not about who is able to shout the most. It is about what the statistics, what the figures say, what the Ghanaians say, how they feel in their pockets. And when you put all this together, Ghanaians are better off than when you left. That's all the argument I'm making this morning.
Okay.
And this argument has been supported by people who are supporting you. We are mentioning names. This guy, Imani Ghana Kofi Bento, has said that, yes, the managers of this economy have done something which the other managers of the economy could not do. And that's why we are recording some successes. That's an admission from a staunch supporter of your party. So, moving forward...
Frankly, could you just a staunch supporter of our party?
You don't even listen.
Kofi Bento.
You don't listen. You don't listen.
He heard it.
You know, so...
He's not Imani, so I wanted to know which character, which personality from Imani.
So, Akabile, this, we don't need to labor this. The point is made and the Ghanaians know that things are better under this administration than previously, yeah.
Able final word on this?
Yeah, final word. I think, let me say this. You see, when political parties presenting a candidate, so that is where I say people, they are not serious. That's why we shouldn't take them serious. You have a candidate who told you.
You shouldn't present a candidate who got 31,000.
Who told you?
31,000 votes.
That you have a candidate who told you that.
You shouldn't even do that.
Who told you that after President Mahama, the Ghanaians will not vote for another Northerner to become president? He told you. The person told them. He told the people. He said, after President Mahama being a Northerner, Ghanaians will not vote for a Northerner again. Then the party voted for him. That's why I'm saying they are not serious. They are not serious. So we shouldn't take them serious. So, no, let me deal with the issue of, you said, you brought in the issue of Alan Chamantin. You see, when you say somebody is a weak leader, it has something to do with the number of votes the person is going to get. It has to do with the person's own character.
Yeah.
So Mr. Alan Chamantin, put Alan here, Bawumia here, and be honest with yourself. But for political party, let Bawumia go as independent candidate. Let's Bawumia try independent candidates. And see the number of votes that he's going to get. You see, but the point is that we have economy to manage. And I said it here the last time, I want to repeat it. I prefer saying whether you like it or not, it's better than Bawumia and Kedofata put together.
Are you serious?
Oh, no, I'm going to. I've said it and I'm repeating it.
You see how much?
No, it's not laughing.
No, I'm laughing at what you.
The records, it's your reaction. You were shocked. The records, you see, the records show that Dr. Atoforsen is better than Bawumia and Kedofata put together. Now, listen, as a political party, what have you done about Kedofata's issue? A man who has run away.
But you're obsessed with, eh?
No. So you see,
that's what you're
one thing, you see, do you know my problem with MPP? They don't see anything wrong with corruption. In fact, they think it is within their right to loot this country. That is why they've done several press conferences. But no press conference, even to call Kedofata to come and answer to Ghanaians, is still worship. So, in terms of what the party has positioned itself well to capture power, because you need to capture power before you govern. And we are selling a very bad product in a market that is so unique. And I want to end on this note. And whether they like it or not, I'm going to say it. The Ghanaian political market is a very peculiar political market. In this market, we have different kinds of voters. So when we are electing a candidate, look at the kind of voters you have in the market. Economic voters, they look at a candidate relative to the economy, whether the person will be able to turnaround situation if we are to face a problem as a country. And you have a candidate who has already run away from the economy. So on the economic factor, he's a very weak candidate if you present him to Ghanaians. Because then, what will he say again to convince Ghanaians? As for those of us in Cape Coast who are waiting for him, he lied to us that they were building airport and harbour for us. That one is there already. Now, another point, another factor, another kind of voters we have in this market is what we call the personality voters. They look at the person, the personality and vote. In this sense, I'm looking at the credibility and integrity of the person. You have a candidate who has no credibility. He's known to be a liar. And that is serious credibility issue. And you think Ghanaians will easily change their mind about, because the things he said, the videos are there. All the lies he told Ghanaians, the videos are there. Then we have Akable, I'm not done. Then we have voters, quickly, then we have voters who are purely religious voters. They will vote for you because of faith issues. We have ethnic voters. They will vote for you because of ethnic issues. We have voters who would vote for you because of political party. That one, I give it to him because all the votes he had the last time is because of the fact that he presented himself as MPP. So you got the MPP people voting for him. Beyond MPP, the difference was 1.7 million. And it's going to be worse because this time around they are fighting from opposition. It's going to be, if they get 28% of the election, Kama should come for a cow.
If they get 28%.
Yeah, Kama should come for a cow.
I think that, very briefly, because I needed to react to that. I forgot. Developmental projects. Every government has done developmental projects. That is not a preserve of the MPP. The longest asphalt route in this country, Paga to Kintampo, passing through his hometown, his region, was done by the NDC. How many universities have they built? How many hospitals have they built a regional hospital before? You don't know how a regional hospital looks like.
Okay.
So, if it comes to developmental projects, that is not, it's a given. These are the low-hanging fruit for any government. So don't come here and say, we have done it, we have done in Nyamansa to where. We can also show you where we have done. But that's not the question. The question is the food, what people eat, how people feel. That is what you failed to do as a government.
And I even forgot about. I even forgot to talk about NAPCO.
You continue.
I even forgot to talk about NAPCO.
They will continue forgetting.
Baumia's policy of NAPCO.
Okay. I said the two of them. They will continue forgetting.
Let's do some messages.
You continue forgetting and coming back. The Ghanaians are watching you.
Landlord from Bolga D-Line, you say that the MPP appeared to be under the illusion that power was handed to the NDC through relentless propaganda or arrogance. In reality, the outcome was shaped by the NDC's ability to appeal to the conscience of Ghanaians through empirical facts, data, and a more disciplined message. You conclude by saying that DMB and its feeble nano minority should therefore reconsider the approach. Constant threats, misinformation, and aggressive propaganda are no longer effective. And you send in regards to Abraham Amaliba and Kamaldeen Abdullahi. Okay, they've all heard you. Kwablavi Pokwase Bengazi, you say that Dr. Bawumia declares MPP party ready to govern Ghana. It's a big joke of today. Dr. Bawumia is not, okay. Based on which achievements would Ghanaians vote for the MPP in the next general election? That's your message as well. Stephen Pwen, you say that I should tell Amaliba to take it easy. As for Kamaldeen, he has to reflect on how the MPP is disintegrating. The UP came out of the MPP. The New Patriotic Front, as well as the base movement, are all from the MPP. And Kamaldeen is dreaming that they will come back to power soon. MPP, never again. That's Stephen Payne. Wow. Oh, the base movement. I've heard about the base movement. Before we delve into our second topic, as always, let's remind you that Big Issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. Sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. As always, they are the ones responsible for sponsoring the Big Issue now. So let's get into the second topic now. And then the second topic has to do with Group Indum, the GN Savings and Loans. And you know that the Court of Appeal has, by a unanimous decision, restored the license of GN Savings and Loans Company Limited. This was after a 3-member panel of the second highest court quashed the decision of the High Court, which had upheld the revocation of the license on the grounds that the decision to revoke the license was unfair and unreasonable. By the judgment, both the decision to revoke the license and the High Court decision to uphold same has been quashed. The court ordered the receiver to hand over possession, management, and control of the assets and other activities to the shareholders of the company. We heard from the lawyers for Dr. Indum and Dr. Indum right after the proceedings yesterday.
Well, it's been a difficult, very, very difficult 7 years. We want to thank family, we want to thank all of our employees. We've had some very, very, very loyal, hardworking employees who have stood with us all these years. And definitely we give thanks to the Almighty for keeping us healthy enough to be where we are. Because this has been a very, very tough, very difficult time that we have gone through. It's just unimaginable. There's a lot to say, but not today. At an appropriate time, we will hold a press conference to go through what we have experienced and the difficulties moving forward.
That's Dr. Papa Kwesi Indum there. He's the founder of the GN Group, GN Savings and Loans. They've now had their license restored. He's a former minister under the New Patriotic Party, actually. Many of you may have forgotten. He was with the CPP at the time. He was a minister under the NPP administration. Then we also, all that has happened there. Let me start with you, Ebo, in the middle. I mean, we don't have the benefits of the full decision yet, so we'll still look out for some of that underpinning. Sometimes that could explain much better. Sometimes decisions are not necessarily on the substantive matter. It could be technical grounds, all of that. But we will have the full benefit of the decision. But the fact that we can work with now is that the Court of Appeal is saying that the decision to revoke the license was unreasonable and done in an unfair manner. And so the management of the assets of GN Savings and Loans should be handed over to the shareholders. Ebo.
Yesterday, I got very emotional about this issue because I have friends in Cape Coast and Elimina who became unemployed and really suffered because of this issue. I got emotional because I was thinking through a lot of things, how wicked we could be, some of us could be as Ghanaians. Ken Ofori-Atta and his MPP people, Nana Akufo-Addo himself included, and Dr. Bawumia included, that you could close these banks, the banks that you could have supported financially. In fact, the money they looted from this country, even divided by 10, you could have even supported these banks. Then you collapse these banks knowing that people were going to be unemployed. In fact, marriages have gone down the drain. People have lost their lives. People's future at a point became hopeless because of what they did to the banking sector. A sector that needed about 9 billion to solve its problem. We ended up spending over 20 billion to close the banks. And I told you the last time, the painful thing is that anytime I go to Cape Coast and I go to Tantray and I see Ken Ofori-Atta's data bank occupying a building that UT Bank used to occupy, my heart weeps. The cheek of it. I collapse your bank and I occupy your office.
I mean, it could be that the receivers rented it out. You make it sound like it's just
rented it out to who?
And you, the same
to
person.
Data Bank.
To Data Bank.
You, the same
the
person.
The one who spearheaded the collapse of the banks. You see, that is how wicked Kamara and his people have been to Ghanaians. That is why earlier on I was saying Ghanaians have not forgotten some of these things. I am happy that the license has been restored to them. I want the UT Bank and others who had their banks collapse also go through the same process if possible so that they can also have their licenses restored to them. You see, financial intermediation, it's what makes an economy grow, especially if you have local banks involved in the financial intermediation. Financial intermediation simply means taking from the surplus unit to finance the deficit unit. That's how we build an economy. So if you have local banks and they are even struggling, what you do is that you support them to stand on their feet. And just imagine, in the last election, you know, I did most of my campaign in the Western North, Western region, Central region. Almost every village you go, you see JN Bank there. That is how they were supporting the economy. Mobilizing money to support, mobilizing savings for investment. That's how we build an economy. Because you had power, financial power, and because your brother was the president, people that you saw as competitors in the financial sector, you collapse their banks. You collapse intentionally. If this is not witchcraft, then I don't understand what witchcraft is. This is evil, evil. When they were collapsing the banks, they knew the consequences. They knew people were going to die as a result of that. They knew marriages were going to break down because of that. They knew people were going to be on the streets as unemployed graduates. Yet they did it. Instead of just supporting them, supporting the banks to be on their feet. These are the people who want power again from Ghanaians. How ironic. These are the people of people. Look at pain. You've caused Ghanaians pains. All of a sudden, Ghanaians should forget about this. What are you talking about? So, I'm excited that people will now get job to do. I think you'll be able to take a certain amount of people from the unemployed graduate pool so that they will begin to also earn income and take care of their family. I pray that the same thing happens to the others, like the Amabin and the Heritage Bank and all those people, Agongo, Sedu Agongo or something like that. All of them. You see, the most important thing every nation should do is to empower its local entrepreneurs and businessmen and women. That is the only way you can grow as a nation. So if we allow other banks to take advantage of our system to make profit and send them back home, while we collapse our own, what is the wisdom in this? Okay. And I'm really excited about this. And let's do more. Let's also consider others and support even them. Make sure that we have a solid financial intermediation within the economy to propel investment and development. I think it will be good for all of us.
I mean, even before we get the benefits of the full decision, I mean, the conclusions that we are hearing, does it come to you as a surprise?
I would call on the Bank of Ghana not to appeal against this ruling. You know, they have an opportunity to also. This was from the High Court. I think they ruled in favor of the Bank of Ghana. Then they, Ndum, appealed to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal overturned the High Court.
In fact, there was an initial part that the Bank of Ghana had raised an objection about the fact that under the Bank and Specialized Deposit Act, there's a process that you have to go through to challenge the license. That aspect even went all the way to the Supreme Court. Then the Supreme Court asked them to go back to the High Court and litigate this matter. So then this one, the initial decision comes, and they've now also gone to the Court for Appeal.
Yeah. So I'll call on the Bank of Ghana not to appeal against the decision. On moral grounds, for the fact that this is a local Ghanaian institution, banking institution, they should rather try to prop it up and put in measures that will strengthen it to stay. But when you look at the entire, scenario, Akufo-Addo and his immediate family have done a lot of disservice to the people of this country. Ken Ofori-Atta was out to damage and destroy his opponents. That is what we are seeing today. That contributed to their loss. The NPP wouldn't have been in this type of situation but for the immediate family of Nana Akufo-Addo. And so I have said time without number that if Akufo-Addo had reined in his immediate family, most of the things that happened to this country wouldn't have happened. And power is transient. And so you must be mindful of the fact that at any time, power can change. Particularly, and I was telling Ebo, and I tell a lot of people, particularly in a competitive democracy like ours, where at any time, if you are annoying the people on the street, they will send you back to opposition. You know that. This country, when the NDC won the election by 40,000 and their mills, some Nigerian man said, so you lost by 40,000 and then you handed over? Because 40,000 cannot turn an election. We are not in that type of countries. This is our country. We are politically savvy.
No, did you say the NDC lost or the NPP lost?
When the NPP lost to Atta Mills, you know, they say, government in power, 40,000. You don't know how to get votes and overturn them. Nigeria. But Ghana, you can even lose election by 1. There's MP3. So our political psyche is up there. The antenna is high. We are politically matured. So if you are in power, and that's what Kufuor said, you should be pinching yourself so that you will be reminding yourself. Today, you, this man, where are you? You are in a cooler. It's not to say that I'm happy about fugitive is the problem, but the kind of things that we have done. But Ndum too. Ndum was supporting them in 2015, 16. He was on the neck of the NDC. I'm sure today he will now know the people he will align with. Because as for local, businesses, we need to ensure that we support our local businesses, not to destroy them. And I'm happy the Court of Appeal has done what it has done.
Okay.
And I'm begging the Bank of Ghana to just let sleeping dogs lie. Okay. And rather use the regulatory mechanisms, the legal framework to ensure that GM Bank will not go back to its situation that led to all this to happen.
I mean, but I mean, just briefly before I come to Kamaldeen, I mean, this will have a lot of implications. I mean, even in just staying with GN Savings and Loans, because if their licenses were unreasonably revoked, I've seen GN structures in parts of the country basically being run down. I mean, it basically meant that we keep saying indigenous. This is someone's property. It belongs to Papa Kwesi Ndu. Yeah. Basically, we've caused him to lose millions of cedis on the basis that the court is saying that was unreasonable and unfair. Yeah. I mean, how do we even put him back in a place where he can even lift it up again?
Look, I'm not going to speak law here. I'm going to speak native sense. Amongst my people, there's a saying that Okiham ka Okantan va iza, to which if your grains pour on the floor, you cannot collect all the grains. You get it? So I'm now speaking native sense, not law.
Okay.
Ndum should understand that this matter has cost him a lot. But it is gratifying to note that today he's going to get his bank back. But the rest of he cannot recover all. If your grains pour on the soil, You cannot pick all the grains. And that is how he should look at it and look positively. And then also, that's why I'm saying that the Bank of Ghana should not appeal against this matter.
Yeah, okay. Let me come to Kamal. And Kamal, your party championed this financial sector cleanup. I mean, billions were spent. You basically insisted that was the right way to go about it. At the time, there were individuals who were affected who accused governments of being motivated by politics. I mean, there are those who say that this decision is embarrassing to the MPP administration, as it shows that, I mean, for a court to say that it was unfair and carried out in an unreasonable manner. I mean, that questions
all right. Thank you very much.
The cleanup done by your government.
Courts have a right and a duty to protect every single citizen, especially when they believe the position of the law is not what has been, is not what it is. Courts have the right to come in. But you see, let me set off by saying this. In 2023, GN Bank were directed by the Supreme Court to go to the High Court to litigate. 2023. In fact, prior to even that, we had also UniCredit also in court on same basis. When they went back to the High Court and failed, they decided to appeal to the Court of Appeal, which decision we saw yesterday. UniCredit had already gotten their judgment at the Court of Appeal for their license to be given back to them. The Bank of Ghana appealed at the Supreme Court, arguing that all actions they took were grounded in law. The Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, agreed with the Bank of Ghana, and again upheld that UniCredit could not get their license back. This is just a journey. It's a legal journey. But I say what much more worrying is when we want to put propaganda in proper management of this country. Please, it's dangerous.
Proper management.
Why? 9 universal banks were affected by the cleanup. 23 savings and loans companies were affected by the cleanup. 347 microfinance were affected. And of course, 39 UniCredit microcredit were also affected. Put that all in order. Somebody sits here, call herself government spokesperson, writes on her Facebook wall, President Mahama is not vindictive. What are you suggesting? Are you saying that it's President Mahama who controls the courts? My sister Shamima Muslim, when I saw it, it was appalling. I said, really? A mouthpiece of government will write this on her wall? So are you suggesting that the justices at the Court of Appeal were controlled by President John Mahama? Needless comment.
No, you
please.
You are misunderstanding what she posted.
I beg you, please. I'm not misunderstanding anything.
No, you are misunderstanding.
It's so clear that you did mention that President Mahama is not vindictive at all. And that's why I gave you the ruling of UniCredit. Please don't do this. Don't distract me. Don't distract me. I beg you. I was very quiet. Please, I was very quiet. And Ghanaians are watching us. If you chose to come and sit down and do your gendarme argument here and then you don't want to speak to the matter, allow me to do make my submission. You see, UniCredit, that's why I gave you the example of UniCredit. I said it's not only GN that has gone to court on this. UniCredit has that. They got that. Now, where are we today? I have heard from some quarters that Bank of Ghana is likely to go on appeal. Of course, it is an institution. And it is an institution that is backed by law and that works with law. The Bank and Specialized Deposit Taking Institution Act, okay, was passed in 2016 by the NDC government, not the MPP government. Section 123 of that particular act mandates Bank of Ghana, when they have every cause to believe that this institution, which is supposed to be taking deposits from people, citizens of Ghana, is becoming insolvent and inability to meet depositors, look, they risk okay, endangering the citizens of this country, then they can trigger the law to come in to do cleanup. That was what happened.
If you had paid the contractors, if you had paid the contractors, if you had paid the contractors,
what is payment of contractors?
Hold on, yes.
What are you talking about? So I'm trying to let Ghanaians understand that whether it was yesterday or today, the banking cleanup exercise, which he said the NDC, they did not go against the work of the banking cleanup exercise. What they said was that the amount of money used was too much. I listened to my good brother Isaac Adongo on this matter. What they said was the amount of money used for the cleanup. But they were not worried about the cleanup because we needed a cleanup.
The argument was that
why
the money that was used to collapse could have been used to save the banks.
That's the argument. I'm saying that's the argument. But
that's where the point of look,
no.
That's where the wickedness comes in.
You see, they sit here and they talk. They say they love Ghanaians. We had over 5 million Ghanaian depositors in danger. 5 million Ghanaian depositors in danger.
Why did you tell
and you sit here
banks to save them?
Oh, you see, don't do this. Let's have intellectual argument here. And don't do this. I am saying that we have over 5 million Ghanaian depositors in danger.
Wrap up for me. Go ahead.
You get what I mean? And of course, that necessitated this cleanup exercise. Okay. And by law, of course, it was done. That is why I'm saying, yes, it is still a going concern. The appellate process could maybe triggered by the Bank of Ghana because they would need to also have to come out. But for people to jump the gun and say, this government is not vindictive, that government is not, it's not about any government being vindictive. What would you have said to a depositor who will lose a whooping amount of money he has saved with an institution?
So save the situation.
We saw it happening in this
country. Save the situation
and the
with 9 billion.
Now you want to do Jandam argument and you are not talking
about the problem.
So Look, you can't dispute. I mean, I've just told you, if you decided not to speak to the issue and decided to talk of marriages and then divorce, that was your headache. You decided to talk of marriages and divorce, that's your headache. But the matter issue was here. You see, of course, why? This is somebody who calls somebody a weak leader.
Conclude for me.
You see, I am saying that this is a matter that has come. And like you rightly said, we have not had the idea of reading the entire judgment. Of course, but we know what is happening. But I think that UniCredit had the same. And how did it end? They have also just gotten the appeal. They will go back to Supreme Court if only the Bank of Ghana wants to actually appeal against it. And we see what is going to happen as it were. But I think it was an important intervention to save this country and to save this country that has helped us. If you don't want to, that's your headache. That's your headache. That is your headache.
That's all time would allow us this morning on the two main issues that we've discussed. I mean, once in a while it gets heated here. Big issue as always is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast, and whether you are aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing, communication, operations, human resource supply chain, human resource management, finance, entrepreneurship, innovation, or business intelligence analytics, or you want to advance through our dual MBA or chartered manager MBA, University Gold Coast gives you the options that match your vision. And if your next step is an MSc in international relations, communication, international marketing, international law, security diplomacy, accounting, finance, or human resource management, an LLM in international law, security diplomacy, or an MA in biblical studies, practical theology, the pathway is open. You can apply today because at University of Gold Coast, we make it practical, flexible learning, flexible entry, and flexible payment. Study around your work and life. Choose a route that fits your background and pay in convenient installments. Your dream deserves structure. Your future deserves strategy. Your purpose deserves training. You can apply now at www.ugc.edu.gh, or you can call or WhatsApp us on 026-388-8555. University of Gold Coast, building leaders for the nations. Thank you so much for staying with us for this segment of the show. My guests have been Kamaldeen Abdullahi with the New Patriotic Party.
PNC. Man.
Ebu Bakman is with the NDC, sorry, United Party.
United NDC. No, you are right.
United Party.
You confuse me.
Right. You confuse me with the United Party. You confuse me. And thank you, Ebu. Thank you for holding on to your pen today. You didn't unintentionally let go of your pen. Abraham Maleba also held on to his pen.
The loyalty to him
also held on to his pen, but he almost
that in politics, I believe you do me, I do you. So next week he owes you one.
Okay. Shadrach, we are not allowing pens in the studio next week. They will keep everything in their head. No one is writing out. you can still participate in it. We understand some of you are not getting the prompts. So dial star 439 # select option 8. We are giving 2,000 cedis each to 3 individuals. If you are not getting the prompt, there's still an option available. Just go to your approvals and you'll find the prompt there, the mobile money directions. So just go through the same and go to your approvals. It will come up for you to buy the tickets they are supposed to buy so that you can participate in this. And so that is where we are at this point in time. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Papa Ro is joining us.
And we'll be talking about the Black Stars. Oreko, what's up with? I know that there's a friendly.
Yeah.
When is that friendly going to be played?
It's a rather odd time, so I don't know whether Ghanaians will have to sleep this afternoon or sleep early. But the match kicks off at 2 a.m. That is Saturday morning, and so Ghana versus Mexico, as I mentioned, will kick off at 2 a.m. and that's due to the fact that the match is being played in Mexico, who themselves are 6 hours behind, and so that I think will be around 8 p.m. Kickoff time in Mexico. But of course, we're Ghanaians, we're here, so we have to watch at 2 a.m. And it's the clarity has been provided right from the onset that this is not the main Black Stars team. This is more or less like the Olympic team, a mixture of French players, under 23 players, dual nationals who've not had a chance to play for the national team yet. Some of the call-ups initially could not honor the opportunity due to the fact that club football is still ongoing and it falls outside the FIFA window, and so the clubs are not obliged to release their players. Keen examples are Augustin Boache with Saint-Etienne, who are in the Ligue 1 playoff the coming week, and then also there's a case of Francis Amuzu and also Menidua, the MLS players and all of that. And so there's been some shifting. New players have come into the team. David Odro from Barcelona's youth team are coming and all of that. So
and I see that it's Desmond Ofer who will be leading the Black Stars, so to speak. But it's also been getting a little traction when it comes to the sports fraternity, especially in Africa. We've had a number of teams on the continent who will be participating in the World Cup, naming their squads, so to speak, for the World Cup, and we seem to be juggling some players in, some players out. Still justifiers.
Yeah. I think you can put this match as under the justifier tag because a new coach just came in last month and still doesn't really know the full complement of his squad, and so I think for the first time, the benefit of the doubt has to be given to the coach where the squad, he has up until June 1 to announce the squad. And so I think you exhaust all the time that he needs. It would be unfair to name a squad before this friendlies. Because it just means that you've made up your mind. You didn't even need to see them. So
certainly, I'm
sure they'll watch these players at 2 a.m., add it to their reports, make final confirmations next week, and then name the squad right before June 1st.
We'll see how that goes. 2 a.m.
Yes, 2 a.m.
We have to stay at 2 a.m. Ghana time.
Yes.
But over there, I'm sure it's just going to be in the afternoon or...
like 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Yeah. All right. But as it is, when we're talking about the national team, and the Under-17 tournament for Africa is still ongoing, right? In Morocco, is that not it?
Yes. Unfortunately, Ghana is out of that competition in the most cruel way. Through the draw of lots after they finished alongside Algeria, same number of points, same number of goals. Every tiebreaker, they were equal, and so they had to only separate them with the draw of the lots. And unfortunately, they picked that of Algeria, and so they qualify as the second place team. However, if you finish third, although you're out of the competition, you have a chance to still play at the World Cup. And so you go through a playoff for the World Cup, and Ghana would face Uganda. Interestingly, the head coach of the Uganda side is Lai Kinson, who was he was coach of Ghana's Under-17 just last year when they failed to make the AFCON, the Wafu Zone B. They failed to win the final, and so as a result, they couldn't qualify for the AFCON. And so it's more or less like a reunion. I don't know about Lai's side, but his leaving did come with a lot of drama. There were reports about him not being happy and all of that. So that could perhaps also serve as a revenge for him. But Lai has been doing great with Uganda's teams, and he would also want to see them return to the Under-17 World Cup. So that's definitely one to look out for. But ahead of the game, Sheikh Tawfiq, who is the communications manager for the Under-17 side, has been speaking and is confident that they will be able to secure World Cup qualification.
Here with you, this is a fixture that I wished, never happened. I feel that it's going to be a crack of a game. It's a game that will leave with a lot of memories. It's going to be an interesting. From where I know how he's been able to speak to the boys. the team ahead of the South Africa and how valuable they were. And I'm sure he will come up with something that will give Ghana qualification to the World Cup. They also have to prove a point. They also have to show what they learned from that time and combine it with what they have been currently taught. And when they go and get stuff, they will be able to stand tall for Ghana. So it comes with a lot of dynamics. The live factor really is interesting, and it's making the whole game a bit different from how it happened as a normal game. This has become like we have to go out and defend the flag of life very high.
Well, all the best to the Black Starlets team, and facing Kingston won't be easy. Because just last week we just had Michael Otiejo. Is it even this week? Michael Otiejo putting together their podcast that they had, that interaction. Quite interesting though. Yeah. And then also his sadness about being left out of the 2010 World Cup squad for the Black Stars as well. But talking about 2010, a phenomenal Ghanaian player, of course, of German origin, Ghanaian origin as well, who participated in that, is Kevin Prince-Bratton. He's been saying a lot. What has been? I know he's on a lot of podcasts. Is there also a podcast?
Yeah. And I mean, he's back again. It feels like every year he pops up with one of these podcasts. This time around, he was talking about the culture shock when he first came into the Black Stars. You know, he was one of the early birds when it comes to player naturalizations. It was actually a very big deal because his brother Jerome Boateng chose to play for Germany and he chose to play for Ghana. So I think it was one of the most dramatic nationality switches that we've ever seen. And he came in and he made an instant impact at the World Cup. I mean, yeah, he came with his own drama about whether he was just here for the World Cup or it was just, but that's a conversation for another day. But this time he was talking about, the cultural shock when he got into the Ghanaian dressing room, how everyone was so relaxed.
Spirit at the beginning, everybody just came and then they flashy and with their cars and everybody enjoyed life. No one took it serious and I was there like trying to stretch and get warm. They were just shooting the ball around, playing football, tennis, laughing, joking. Asamoah Gyan was just dancing the whole time. I said, brother, you a professional dancer or are you a footballer, So, but the World Cup came, first game, I saw the people, like they changed.
Really?
Locked in. Everybody was ready, focused, concentrated. We came out the bus, everybody's dancing, chicka, chicka, chaka. And if you see, there's a video of me, maybe you can have that video one day, where we come off the bus, the whole team is dancing and playing drums. I have my headphones on, I'm in a tunnel, because I have the German mentality. I'm playing a big game today, World Cup. So I'm like stressed like this, and the Ghanaian people is like, what is wrong with him? He's pouring down our spirit. He's not happy. But I was just a different kind of guy. The moment we hit that field, it was a different team. Like, this is when I looked at them and was like, wow, okay, we're getting serious.
Okay.
And then we became like a even closer team because we performed really, really good.
And I tell you, that team was just phenomenal. He had also played the qualifiers as well. We went to Egypt, Cairo, and did some great work as well, after having beaten them right here. Very phenomenal team they had, that we had at the World Cup, South Africa as it was, Africa's World Cup. But let's go to the golf. And Ronaldo, one of the phenomenal players we've ever produced as a planet, has had some good news for himself.
Yeah, I think it's been a long time coming for Cristiano Ronaldo himself. He's had to wait a while for his 37th major trophy in his trophy-laden career. And if you remember, he joined Al Nassr in the season of 2022-2023. He joined in January. And since then, they've not won any major title yet. If you bring in someone like Cristiano Ronaldo, you would want to win a title each year. And I think it's come with patience. It's a project that they've needed to ensure that they get better each year because their competitors in the likes of Al Hilal have been very, very strong in this period as well and have responded to Al Nassr's spending in the market as well. So, at the end of the day, I think it's been deserved. It's been coming. It's been so many years of near misses, and finally he gets his hand on a trophy for, Al Nassr.
Yeah, and his videos have been trending. Waving at his, is it the wife or the fiance?
Yeah, she's fiance now.
The partner,
the wedding
so
hasn't.
but in the same team, he's in the same team with Senegalese Sadio Mane.
Yeah, Mane. Okay. Yeah, he scored.
But
in the final game as well.
But within the scheme of the players who have won trophies, where does Ronaldo fall?
And so yeah, there we do have. If you're looking at the major trophies that have been won in their career, I think Messi is still at the top. Dani Alves has retired. Marquinhos is still playing active football with Paris Saint-Germain, and I mean could potentially surpass Messi, but it's subjective because yeah, Messi is also still playing with Inter Miami and Argentina and all of that. But I think for Ronaldo, he still has a lot of work to do to be able to catch up with the trophies with the people at the top.
One of the best players the world has ever produced.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not always great rivalry with Lionel Messi, right?
Yeah. So. Even when he won yesterday, the conversation came up again. So I think it's eternal. Yeah.
Well, that'll be it for sports. When we want to get the latest sports update, what do we do?
So you can just log on to any social media app. It could be X, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, and the handle is @3sportsgh, or you can head to 3news/sports.
Well, as it is. But your colleague, Bill Ishan, is celebrating the birthday as well.
Yes, it's Bill Ishan's birthday, a big birthday for him. Happy
Charlie,
birthday.
I love the shoot.
This
one, it looks like AI, or the proper one.
No. We took this at the top.
you guys took this at the top. Okay.
Very long time ago.
Charlie, very calm.
Nowadays, he's not that young anymore.
Calm guy.
Yeah.
He's no more young. He's young. So young.
Okay, we'll take it as he's still young. But I mean, happy birthday from the entire TV Sports team and from the whole of Media General to Bill Ishan. We are wishing you a happy birthday and an amazing year.
Well, certainly. Well, we're doing a mini jackpot today when it comes to cash out. So make sure that you stick and stay right here with us. We will be with you with some great insight into what you need to do. So that mini jackpot also means that you have to choose option 8 as you dial *439#. And as you select option 8, the best thing after you get the prompt is for you to increase the number of tickets you have. And this is how it works. Once you select more tickets, it also means that more of your numbers electronically will be on the dashboard. So if somebody does 1, it means that your chances of winning are always less than somebody who chooses, let's say, 20 tickets, 30 tickets, etc. Because that's how you get to be lucky, really. So when we're doing the draw, then you also get to be luckier than those who tend to stake less. All right, so let's see where your options will be. All right, so we'll be doing that draw very soon. We're taking a break. When we come back, we'll tell you why we have some of the best talent, and then Top Talent is also back as well, the reality show, discovering those who could work within the corporate environment as well. So Top in 10. especially for those who tend to live on TikTok. And these days, you know, I try to live on TikTok. And so you find these videos of individuals who bought mattresses, all right? And there's now a whole craze or a trend where they are now flipping or tearing the first layers of the mattress to get to see whether the materials that were used were proper foams or just board chippings alongside the springs. And then what they use when you buy appliances, you know that foam that they use, that thing that they use as well, that whitish or any other color really, whether that also was used. And this is stemming from the Standards Authority, where going to I think a company operated by some Chinese immigrants who apparently were not using the right materials. And so when that video or that swoop video went viral, people then began to become conscious and check whether their mattresses that they bought really had the right combination of materials in putting them together. All right, we'll show some of the videos for you so that you also get to know what exactly we're talking about. So for example, we can just sound up so that you also get to hear what this particular video is about. Okay, all right. Some are just basa be like that. That's what we're told. So we'll take it like that. But this one, we have a couple of them on TikTok. So when you go to TikTok, you just type Ghana mattresses or something like that. You'll find a lot of these videos. And so individuals now buying the videos, buying the mattresses, are now getting to check whether the mattresses they bought really are of good quality in terms of the materials that were used. So you find what was there. So you would think that is a normal foam. It's not a normal foam that you find with latex foam or ash foam. No, not really. These ones, yeah. Wow. Just don't want to say that all things from China are bad. No, they have the quality ones as well. But this is what apparently has been discovered. You know, the other thing also is that they come at a very cheap cost. So sometimes you can get them, according to some of the reviews that I saw on TikTok, 1,500 Ghana cedis or 1,008 Ghana cedis or 2,000 Ghana cedis. And so you find that, yeah, they are nice outside, but just rotten in the inside. I mean, literally. And so we decided to bring a medical person, a physiotherapist. So Dr. Asare is here, Elvis. Oh. And Dr. Elvis Asare, how are you? You're a physiotherapist by profession. You've gone through all the medical training to be able to, again, do a proper analysis of how this could affect individuals' bodies. But tell me, ideally, our forefathers used to sleep on cha-cha mats and all that. So if at least they're sleeping on this one, it's not that bad, is it? But tell me, what effect does it have on the body in terms of the posture, the pain, the bone structure and all that?
Okay, so actually it's a lot to talk about, because we have 3 types of density. With the low density, to keep it very simple, it's supposed to be like a cloud, okay? The texture of the mattress is supposed to be like a cloud feeling, okay? It's supposed to be very soft, but it's supposed to bounce back. Yes. Then with the second one, we have the medium density. This is between soft and hard. With the soft and hard, we are actually, it's a cloud feeling too, but it's a bit hard. And then we have the high quality, which is very, very, very hard.
That's what they call the high density.
Yes.
So there's the standard and then the medium density.
We have the low, medium, and high density. Okay. Yes. So let's just say if it's a bad mattress, obviously it's going to affect you in a long run, because one, our spine is shaped in a certain way. So those densities we are talking about is to hold the posture of the spine correctly. If you have a bad mattress, obviously you're going to be fatigued. You're going to have chronic back pain. You're going to have neck pain. You are going to have something called the brain fog and mood swings.
Just by sleeping on a bad mattress.
Of course. I mean, the reason why I say mood swings is because you're not going to have a good sleep. You're going to be tossing, you're going to be turning, and all that stuff. So that's how, and you know, when a human being doesn't get enough sleep, it actually affects your mood swings and also your daily activity on how, with your work and everything. So how you sleep is also very important, because if you get enough lack of sleep, obviously you're going to be having mood swings. Even as much as possible you want to control it, you're going to be exhausted, you're going to be tired, everything's going to be irritating. So all those things are quite important. Okay. We have something even called the tilted pelvic. So with the tilted pelvic, as you can see, most of the time you will, when there's a bad mattress, most of the time a lot of people complain of the chronic back pain.
That's true.
Chronic back pain, and we see there are some people we don't have pot bellies. Okay, we do not. Some people do not have pot bellies. The reason sometimes there are some people, they will do so much exercise that they're like, my stomach is not going. Not knowing it's the shape of your spine, just like if you
how the spine has arched.
Exactly, and a lot of people mistake that maybe they are going to have a big pot belly, but here's the case that the pelvic is being rotated or tilted. So that's what causes the stomach to push. And now this is also when you are having a bad, one of the factors would be when you are having a bad mattress, because it doesn't support the lower back properly. So you end up arching yourself, yes.
All right. So you've talked about the back, etc., and then I see the anterior pelvic and the thoracic, I could say, etc. Now, at the end of the day, how long do you have to be sleeping that way by way of the posture and the mattress before you...
In this situation?
Yes. No, before you experience this.
Or even before you experience this, you are, like I said, you're going to have a lot of uncomfortable pain. You're going to have... I'm sure you've been in situations where you sleep, you wake up, and you have this lower back pain. Sometimes your legs get a bit numb. Then before you start walking, that's where everything comes back to normal. So it's just like somebody applying pressure to your hand. And if I ask you to open your hand, it's difficult. So if I apply pressure to you right now, so let me try it on you so that you would get a feel of it. So if I should try and do this, you see how your hand closes?
Yeah.
So watch. So if I press exactly right here, you see how it closes?
Yeah.
Now try to open your hand. You see it's difficult.
Yeah.
Now
it's even shaking.
Now close.
Yeah.
Now you see closing is easy. Now open again.
Yeah. So I have to...
So now imagine you having a bad mattress. Imagine you having a bad and you are sleeping. Obviously it's in the night. You probably sleep for some 6 hours, 4 hours, whichever hours. Imagine that same position. By the time you wake up in that constant pressure, you are going to have a lot of chronic back
problems.
Pain. Yes.
Okay. Please. So what do you advise your clients then the type of mattresses they should get, so to speak? Or what usually would be the recommended type of mattress? And then for which body? You know, some people already now they have truffle body, and then some people like me, we're very skinny. So at the end of it, once you are langa, you need, if you are langa, you need more foam. If you already have a chubby or plump body, you need less or
exactly. Okay, this is what I always say, that scientifically they'll say change your mattress every 5 to 8 years. Okay, what type of mattress? But because we have the ones that they have the spring, then they have the normal that are only foam. I understand. So I'm getting there. So, for example, assume I have an orthopedic mattress. It doesn't mean that you should also get it, because maybe my orthopedic mattress might give you pain. That's why I say everybody's body structure is different. And I'm not saying that orthopedic is the ultimate solution for everything. When you're buying, I just tell them that, listen, we have the low, high, and medium. When you're purchasing, try to feel.
Okay. Try to experience
it. Like, try to, I mean, sometimes people I'm just out of people like, oh, this is nice. I want to buy it. But there's no, I always tell them that, listen, I'll put another example that people actually try. I tell them, try it.
Even lie on it.
Try and lie on it to see, because there are situations where somebody has a very cloudy, nice sofa, mattress. If you put two people on that bed, one feels comfortable, the other one will feel body pains. So that's why I say everybody's body is different. So when you're purchasing a mattress, try to have a feel of it, because if that one you have is giving you back pains, assuming it's very hard, and you're not going to buy another hard one, right? You have to go and buy a better one, because you don't want to have the pain you are experiencing. So when you're buying, try to feel the, should I say, the product of the mattress. Try to feel it. Try to even bounce it, because there are certain things. Even the spring. I think back in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
The spring. When you jump on it, there's this sound.
Yeah.
It's
It is dead. That time we did call and say it is dead. The mattress is dead.
And if you
I see some bouncy castle or something like that.
Good. And then that spring, you see, no matter what you do, it bounces back.
Yes.
Unless the spring is broken. So that should tell you that even the ones that we have advanced, when you even press, it should
be able to bounce back.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if that is so, ideally, what should be the standard that should be on the market?
Standard.
Yes. So for example, people are now being educated that you should go for maybe low density, medium density, and a high density.
Right.
So what ideally should have been the type of mattress on sale on the market, the approved ones first?
I mean, this is what I would say. Every country and their law. Every country and their law. If the Ghana standard authorities are saying that this product is not the best for the citizens of Ghana, there's a reason to it. But which one is the best? Like I said, everybody keeps talking about orthopedic, right? You can get an orthopedic, but again, you should also be able to identify, because you can go and get orthopedic, but you need to identify the high, the low,
medium.
And the medium.
Yeah.
The reason being that is because you need to understand that, okay, if I get, the old mattress I've had is high, so I'm having back pain. So maybe let me try the medium or the low, because like I said, everybody's
body posture is different.
Is very different, yes.
Okay. All right. So we saw that the Standards Authority went round.
Sure.
Yeah. What do you think that the individuals who feel that they bought mattresses and did not find the right materials, like I'm seeing on TikTok,
yes.
What should they be doing?
Yes.
Should they go for treatment, go and assess themselves, or what would be your last advice for them?
Well, here's the thing. One thing I can say is that if the authorities are saying this is a bad material for mattresses, they have a reason to it, because even I'm sure because of the chemical, maybe some people can even get allergic reaction to it.
Yeah.
So that's why they are saying it's not a good quality for the citizens of Ghana. So, and I'm sure a lot of people are experiencing back pain, but we haven't heard from them and why they are the one reason they are bringing it back is because they said this thing is not good for Ghana, so we have to bring it back. But we haven't heard from what experiences of pain they are having. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, but this video, for me, we will go check on our mattress.
I'm telling me too. I'm going to check my mattress too.
Well, Dr. Elvis Asari.
Oh, keep it simple. Elvis Asari is
okay.
Elvis
So Elvis is a physiotherapist and helping us do the discussions on this, the quality of the mattresses that all of us tend to buy and sleep on. and then also what the standards should be. All right. We'll keep this conversation coming. Thank you for passing through our studios. We're grateful. All right. Well, let's do a draw for our mini jackpot after the break. Stay with us. A wonder, man. Great talent so far. And talking about talent, we also have Topping 10, and one of the best reality shows for media general, where we also tend to discover individuals, young people with great talent, intellect, and ambition to be able to either manage their own business setups or also get into corporate, etc. You know, Belamunde is the host for that. They've had first season, second season, and they will be outdooring the next season, which is the third season for Top in 10, I believe this weekend as well. But we decided to bring some of the past participants, just the recent one as well as the one before, right there in the studio. I have Abdeladam as well. And then Sandra, I saw Sandra last year as well. Yeah. And Sandra, how has it been for you? I mean, you are the latest, so I'll put it.
We're actually on the
same.
Yeah.
Season 2.
Yeah.
Okay, great. How has it been for all of you? Let me go with you, Sandra.
Oh, life after Top in 10 has been great. I mean, due to Top in 10, I was able to start my own small business, Breakfast Base, which I'm currently operating.
Breakfast Base.
Breakfast Base.
Yeah, the one that you started with, that one. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then you as well.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I'll say right after the finale, the following day, I got a DM from Michelle Atto.
Oh, the great Michelle Atto.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she gave me a job opportunity. So it's been like a good opportunity for me.
She's always giving good advice. I don't lie to you. She told me I should do my own content. I haven't been able to get around it. I'll say
you should try.
Yeah, I will. I've been procrastinating on that.
There is money.
But so you went into corporate.
Yes.
And then you are doing your own business?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But what you usually, you look at the experiences of participating, and then when you get out into the real world, how you have to navigate. How is it like? Let me start with you, Delope.
Yeah, sure. So I would say Top in 10 actually trained me to become like a good salesperson, because that's what I'm doing now. I'm actually a bilingual administrator. But then again, the Top in 10 show trained us mainly on marketing sales. And right after the show, I actually got the first offer to do sales. So the past 1 year, I've been in a field that I didn't study in school, but the experience from the show has made it easy for me.
What did you study in school?
Bilingual business administration. So I speak French.
Oui. Oui, pourquoi?
Allons-y. Ça va?
Oh, je t'aime.
Oh, je t'aime aussi.
Yeah. Oh, merci beaucoup.
You love me.
Fantastic.
That's what you said.
Oh, Jesus. So you can speak some French?
Yeah, I do speak good French.
Bilingual.
Yeah.
All right. So tell me about your experiences in French.
Oh, ok, d'accord. Donc, mon expérience sur le top interne, là, c'était très merveilleux. J'avais beaucoup d'expérience sur le show et il m'a donné la chance de travailler avec les grands, parce que j'ai travaillé avec Shada aussi. Pour Belfast Africa.
Merci.
Je t'en prie.
Merci beaucoup. See, I'm clapping as if I understand the thing. But Sandra, you know, doing your own business is not easy. But at the end of the day, you have to navigate all sorts of things. You know, especially she's in sales, and you virtually you're a boundary spanner. You're also in sales as well. Yeah. And if you're beautiful, it's even worse for you because then your message doesn't get out there. And you get all these obstructions as a woman, you know. And this happens to men as well. But how have you been able to navigate that so far? Trying to put your own product out there, trying to do sales. If you have to close a sale, how do you have to get, access to financing, get people to assist you in the business and all that?
Okay, right. Thank you so much. So, starting a business is really, really tough.
It's hard. Don't say tough. Tough is a small word.
Hard. It's hard, hard, mega hard. It's very difficult. It's been tough, and by the grace of God, I found people around me who are helping me navigate through it. When it comes to the financial aspect, starting up, I got the funds from the winning prize to start up. So that was the foundation. That was the money I used to start the foundation. And closing deals and all that, I think by the grace of God, I've come across brilliant people who have supported my journey so far. So far,
it's been
I'm navigating.
Yeah,
I'm still navigating.
But there comes a point in time when you want to grow because you start, and then after some time, you begin to saturate. You get saturated, you know, and you want to diversify or do some other thing. What would be your best advice based on your experiences so far? Let's say from what you've done over the last year. Maybe you have dreams of doing something else, and how do you find inspiration within yourself to be able to say that I want to put my thoughts together to do the next venture or divert into something else? Tell them.
Well, okay, so I'll say the past few months working in sales, one of the best things that has happened to me is you get to build strong network because I get to meet very high profile people. Yes. And so whenever I feel like I want to go out of the corporate world, I'm just going to use the same advantage of the same people that I've met to build my business. So I would say that navigating or moving out of corporate world or upgrading, you should use the best experience you have or the opportunities you have now to build a strong network. So whenever you are ready to shift, you use the same people that I have built this relationship with to build the next phase of your business.
Yeah. And you need to add more products, or maybe also go to corporate world or one. Add-ons, you know.
Yeah, in my master's, I'm currently doing data science.
You're doing data science?
Data science and analytics.
Data science and analytics.
Yes.
Which school is that?
Academic City.
Academic City.
Yes.
And you're already doing your own business?
Actually.
Wallahi. Actually, you ladies are top. You ladies. Top in 10.
Yes.
Okay. And so you're going to school as well as doing your business.
Yes. So
tell me about it.
Currently, my main focus is to really establish this business and get it to a point where, and add more businesses to it actually. Then I get people to operate. I'll still be the head, but I'll have managers, executive directors.
That's the dream.
That's the dream.
You know, Ghanaians too, you employ them and then they exploit you. Yeah. Have you been told that?
Yes.
Have you had those experiences?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, you have loyal people.
I have a structure, so you can't really exploit me. But in terms of sales, the thing you are giving, so you are supposed to account for it. So in case you come with less, I would know that you took something from me.
So you put in the systems.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So
okay. If there are three things, three advisory, okay, and then 3 lessons. That's so that'll be 6 things, right?
Okay.
3 advisory, 3 advice, and then 3 lessons you learned from top 10. What would they be? So top 10, top in 10, and then you came out your lessons as well.
Okay. So should I start with the advice or the lessons?
No, advice is last.
Okay, so the lessons, first of all, I think it builds you up. Secondly, it makes you so tough and very sharp. Thirdly, you have to become super, super smart and intelligent.
Lessons, advisory.
Yeah, advice. I would advise that the new people coming on the show take advantage of it, because to think that I never knew that my name could be Google verified. Now, when you type my name, first thing that comes up.
No, let me type you.
Yeah, please feel free.
Okay, so you're on the second one.
Yeah, Belinda de Mesa.
Okay.
So once you type my full name, you see top 10 season 2, third runner-up. Some of my tasks that I did, especially the PR task, where I spoke a little bit of French, and that it was the most trending part for me. And I think I did a presentation to transferring waste into 3D products. So I heard that I was trending on X when I wasn't even on X myself. So take advantage of the opportunity. Be bold. They should be so bold, because it was one of the things that helped me, very, very confident. And thirdly, don't see it as a competition. You should enjoy the show, because I did.
So yes,
Sandra.
lessons. I became more confident. Yes, more confident. Also, I learned to be punctual. Yes, and then lastly, I think it gave me a lot of opportunities. So, yes.
And then advice.
And then advisory.
Advice
so
for those, whether your experiences and then those coming onto the show. Advice.
Okay. So those coming onto the show, I think they should come to give their maximum best. They should, as the Laden said, they should come in as a group, not as competitors against each other, because during the show, we got to learn from each other. During the whole season, I got to learn a lot from Deladem, Jomo, Yesuto. Everyone came on the show with different sets of skills. So don't come as a loner, but come to learn from others.
Okay.
And lastly, I think you should make the best of the opportunity.
All right. Do you guys, your inmates, do you still...
yes, we are so in touch, so in touch.
Clock it.
Oh, and in regards, last thing, in regards to the opportunity, I became the brand ambassador for my university, Unimac Institute of Languages. So in case someone wants to apply, you can apply. I'll probably share my promo code later.
Charlie. You're all glittering.
Thank you.
Anyway, and then we also have to do the last draw. Or we'll do some birthdays. Okay, so let's do the draw and quickly do some birthdays before we call it a morning. So 3, 2, 1. So the number winning is not yet on, but don't worry, you will be contacted as usual. Now, this month, the world of finance is coming to Accra, and so be part of the prestigious ACI World Congress Accra 2026 is already on, delivering more than experience. Over 500 global experts, innovators, and financial leaders all available, and it's ongoing. All right. So we have to do some. Okay, so the number winning is 0257070. Now, attention to all parents of first-year senior high school boarding students. EduPark, the Ghana Education Service approved and supported initiative for senior high schools, and it's implemented by Prospectus Ghana. It's now in progress across the country, and parents across the country are already registering so that their wards, trunks, Macintosh mattress pillows, and plastic chalk boxes will all be ready and available, waiting for them at the school of their choice. And the good thing is, it's available at the school on your reporting day. So you don't have to delay at all. So make sure you get in touch with them, whatever item, etc. They will do all the deliveries for you. You just have to drive or walk into your school. So that's how you get to participate. You register with them through the short code *713*821#. You can also visit any ADB branch to do payments, etc. But also contact them on the following web portal, www.eduparkgh.com. All right? They make payment easy and they are reliable. That'll be it for the show. We'll do some few birthdays. Joseph Akable is celebrating the birthday. And Bill of 3 Sports.
It's not my birthday yet.
Okay, I withdraw that.
Sometime next week. But happy birthday to our colleague, Bill 3 Sports.
Your birthday is not this week?
Not this week, next week. You are amazing and we adore you. Coming from all of us here at Media General, happy birthday, Bill. Fantastic journalist there.
From your sister, Priscilla, you're being wished all the best. No name there, but the photo shoot is just awesome. Rose Tamaklo from Leslie, happy birthday to you, Rose. Happy birthday to you as well. Dora and Doris Kutu from Mount and the kids, happy birthday, DD. Katechie Yeboah Menu of Matters of Uganda Justice 8, God bless you. Celebrate your birthday. Cyril Sedem Kluches of Sundagana International from Nanaba, happy birthday to you. And then also Prosper Jr. Natri from your niece Mavis, celebrating you all the best. And then also Pope Yao Yevu, the MPP Volta Regional Secretary, is for myself, everybody else, and then a political party, MPP, your great party as well. They love you. Pope Yao Yevu. Azuma Gifty Lorenda from your friends and family, happy birthday to you, Gifty. Mrs. Nyama, you celebrate your birthday from Mr. Nyama. Gilbert Bwedu Shida at 10. I wish you love and grace from your dad, Robert Gogo. Ruby Naki Adamte from the Adamte family of Akusi Junction. Happy birthday to you, Ruby. General, as you go for the finals on Sunday for the promotion back to Turkish League, may God shine you. That's from Eric Ment. Happy birthday to you, General. Adomba Lucky, happy birthday. Nancy Glover, Mrs. from Chris or Charis or Caris and McCaffrey, happy birthday to you. Inspector Sandra Enyonam from Vasti, happy birthday to you. Peace Siayo, happy birthday to you from all God's people. I love the smile. Priscilla Laye, the fresh lady, happy birthday to you. Michael Jerry, you're wishing this lovely lady happy birthday to you as well. Fire service woman. Christopher AJ Kunedu, aka Wallace from Joe Laka, and then Nana Wusu, happy birthday to you. Okay, we have to do the last draw.
Yes. Let's see who is winning 2,000 cedis at this point in time. That's coming up on the screen just right about now. Oh, that's the winner there, 233-55-1647. You know what the 3 numbers are if you receive 2,000 cedis. Congratulations to you, and thank you all for participating in this draw. I'm always telling them that you always say they should do 40 times.
Yes.
Yeah, 40.
Otherwise you don't get lucky. That's why they don't win big, or Charlie.
It's mathematical probability.
Yeah.
40 times and you are likely
Charlie, I didn't know you did that math. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. So for all those who watch us, we're grateful. Please make sure you stick and stay on the channel. We have more content throughout the rest of the day. And as it is, we'll join you for TV3 Newday, same time next week.
It's over.